Chapter 212, The Tremors of the Chikuin Star Domain. Subscribe, please. _2. Our peak master of Kanglan Star Domain is actually challenging other evolvers everywhere? Peak Master Shursan. Isn't it said to be extremely mysterious, having never made a move before? Everyone go. Let's see what the Chikuin Star Domain's Shursan Peak Master is capable of. Many evolvers and high-level citizens gathered in the arena area, specifically watching the platform where Lin Yuan usually issued challenges. Hello, everyone. I'm your little kitty cat. Today, let's see the legendary Chikuin Shursan Peak Master. A cute and personable girl with a pair of cat ears appeared in front of the platform. She was a popular female broadcaster in the Chikuin Star Domain and dozens of nearby star domains, often live-streaming challenges of some powerful evolvers. The Chikuin Shursan Peak Master, although not yet 6th rank, was highly suitable for live-streaming content because of his fame and status. Alright. The challenge has started. That one is the Shursan Peak Master. Although I know the appearance has been adjusted, he looks too handsome. The girl knew how to engage the live-streaming atmosphere well. With just a few words, she immediately lifted the ambience. Our Shursan Peak Master's opponent is known as Soul Artisan Lataza. The camera switched. A gaunt young man in a black robe appeared. This lean youth was mostly shrouded in a black robe, looking extremely sinister and terrifying. Soul Artisan Lataza follows the soul-type evolution path and specializes in eerie soul attacks. The Tao of the soul is extremely dangerous. Lataza once had a record of making a group of 5th-rank Ultimate Evolvers dare not come close. I wonder about Shursan Peak Master. The girl thoroughly introduced Soul Artisan Lataza's past achievements. If this were in reality, Lataza would definitely not be a match for Shursan Peak Master, since in reality, Shursan Peak Master would surely have many soul defense weapons. But in the virtual world, especially in the arena, you can't bring in any external help, so I think Shursan Peak Master might be in some danger. The girl continued her introduction. A moment later, the battle between Shursan Peak Master and Lataza began. Buzz! Strange fluctuations started to spread. The girl was about to introduce the scene on the live stream. The next moment, the figure of Soul Artisan Lataza began to collapse. Starting from his feet, his torso, and both hands, everything began to disintegrate. Your soul is strong. In the end, only Lataza's head remained, and after saying this phrase, his head also began to collapse. In front of the platform, the girl blinked her eyes. Damn. She had forgotten that Lataza was an evolver on the soul-type evolution path. Such evolvers were known for their swift battles. Shursan Peak Master is too strong, able to block Lataza's soul attacks unscathed. Shursan Peak Master has at least started the soul metamorphosis fusion. The girl had explained many high-rank evolver battles and had considerable research on the strength of souls. It looks like our Shursan Peak Master is about to step into 6th rank, and who knows the real identity of Shursan Peak Master? The girl finished speaking, her tone betraying a hint of curiosity. The identity of the Chikuin Shursan Peak Master was extremely mysterious, and countless evolvers wanted to know it. Alright, the next challenger for Shursan Peak Master has arrived. The girl shifted her attention to the upcoming challenge. Amazing! The Peak Master is too strong. Ordinary 5th rank limits are like ants in comparison. Isn't that supposed to be the case for our Chikun's Peak Master, being powerful? In a private room at the arena, many members of the Red Kuin lineage were gathered here, enjoying the numerous techniques of Shursan Peak Master. Is that the Shursan Peak Master? Fong Qing was among them, looking at the battle below with some shock. At this moment, a desolate continent was simulated on the battlefield. But as Shursan Peak Master and his opponent continued to exchange blows, the continent was torn apart, plates were punctured, and for a time, lava erupted in an apocalyptic sight. Too powerful. Fong Qing felt a tremor in his heart. If the battle occurring on the platform had taken place on a life planet, that planet would likely have become a dead star by now, devoid of any living creatures. We evolvers should be like the Peak Master, possessing the ability to destroy heavens and earth with a mere wave of our hands. Not far away, a member of the Tri-Eye clan sat, clenching his fists tightly. Rather than being like some people who are loyal to their friends, wasting time and resources, the Tri-Eye clan man glanced at Fang Qing. There was a clear implication in his words. Some time ago, Fang Qing had gathered his friends to help Kanglin's star through a crisis, which had made the Tri-Eye clan man somewhat uncomfortable. In his view, everything had its own destiny, and forcefully intervening was undoubtedly altering that destiny. Upon hearing this, Fang Qing dared not speak. In terms of status, the Tri-Eye clan man had the red mark in the 7-star cave test and had joined the Red Kuan lineage. It was certain that, within a century, he would become a core disciple. Fang Qing could not afford to offend such a figure. Inside another private room, 12 figures were leisurely observing. They were the 12 peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage. With their status, they seldom watched arena matches below the 6th rank. Even arena matches involving 6th rank evolvers were often beneath their interest. Among the 12 peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage, aside from the initial 3 beyond the 6th rank, the rest were all at the pinnacle of 6th rank peak. Yet they were naturally willing to come for Lin Yuan's arena challenges. Our little junior brother? The second senior brother sighed, taking a careful look. He must have already begun the soul transformation process. How many years has it been since he reached this level? The other senior brothers felt the same. Not long ago, they joked that within several decades, Lin Yuan had the potential to step into 6th rank. But now, how much time had passed? Lin Yuan had already reached the pinnacle of 5th rank and had even begun the soul bonding transformation. It wasn't that there were no evolvers whose soul bonding transformation took hundreds or thousands of years. But those were evolvers without any background who had received no guidance from powerful beings before stepping into 5th rank, and had chosen an evolution path that wasn't highly compatible with themselves for soul bonding. For evolvers from the Red Kuan lineage before reaching 5th rank, their mentors would help them select their evolution path. Such a compatible evolution path made the soul bonding transformation naturally swift, completing within just a few years or a decade at most. In the eyes of the 12 senior brothers, Lin Yuan, being a disciple of the Chikuan Star Lord, was now undergoing a soul bonding transformation and surely had gotten the approval of the Star Lord. He would probably complete the soul transformation within 3 to 4 years. Then he would become a 6th rank evolver. This was 10-fold or even 100-fold quicker than what they had initially thought when they predicted it would take several decades for Lin Yuan to reach 6th rank. A 6th rank under 100 years old. Is this kind of talent so incredible that one can't even feel envious? The 12th senior brother sighed. Let's prepare in the next few years. When our junior brother steps into 6th rank, he will definitely visit the main star in person, and we should give him a proper welcome. One of the senior brothers suggested. Of course. The 12th senior brother nodded. He looked again at the arena below. The little guy who was just 4th rank has grown to such heights in the blink of an eye? The 12th senior brother's expression turned reflective. He remembered that during the 7-star cave test, he had hesitated whether to take Lin Yuan as a disciple. The red-hued palace. The Chikuan Star Lord and a man in a white robe were playing chess. Chikuan, you've taken a good disciple. After placing a piece, the man in the white robe remarked thoughtfully. Heh. The Chikuan Star Lord just smiled and said no more. That new disciple of mine, he was miserably defeated by your good disciple. The man in the white robe placed another chess piece. Oh! The Chikuan Star Lord felt a stir of interest. His vast consciousness immediately began searching. Soon enough, he found out about Lin Yuan challenging many evolvers in the arena area. Although my disciple has some talent, to beat your disciple, the Chikuan Star Lord was puzzled. He remembered the man in the white robe's disciple had already been at the pinnacle of 5th rank a century ago, and now he was likely just one step away from 6th rank. The soul bonding was probably at 90%. Still pretending? The man in the white robe glanced at the Chikuan Star Lord. The Chikuan Star Lord kept his expression normal, but inside, he was filled with doubt. Immediately, he sent a thread of consciousness to carefully observe the scenes of Lin Yuan's challenges in the arena. The Chikuan Star Lord's face showed a slight change, his expression reflecting surprise. Chapter 213 Wanyang Same Heaven. Please subscribe. The Chiquan Star Lord's consciousness was vast, and in just a moment he had viewed all of Lin Yuan's recent challenge videos. My disciple. The Chiquan Star Lord was filled with surprise and doubt. Has he begun the soul-fusing transformation? The others, including the 12 Peak Masters, all thought that Lin Yuan's rapid cultivation was due to the good guidance of the Chiquan Star Lord. But the Chiquan Star Lord knew better, as he had hardly provided any guidance to Lin Yuan. When he learned that Lin Yuan had entered the 5th rank, the Chiquan Star Lord abandoned the original training plan he had set for Lin Yuan. He planned to first let Lin Yuan experience a rule crystal to sense and test its effects before deciding the next steps. But now, he was still waiting for Lin Yuan to feedback on the effects of the rule crystal, and Lin Yuan had already completed the 5th rank, begun the soul-fusing transformation, and was about to step into the 6th rank? 80%, no, at least 90–95%. Although the Chiquan Star Lord was observing Lin Yuan through the virtual world, his keen eyes could roughly discern Lin Yuan's level. Watching Lin Yuan battle other evolvers of the same level, he was almost certain that the soul-fusing transformation had reached at least 95%. Seems like you're in a good mood lately. While the Chiquan Star Lord was deep in thought, the white-robed man playing chess across from him glanced at him and said surprisingly. He knew the Chiquan Star Lord well enough to expect some gloating after learning his own disciple had outperformed the man's own. Ha 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 ha. My disciple, how could your disciple compare? Did he cry and come to you to complain? Ha 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 ha. The Chiquan Star Lord realized this and immediately burst into laughter. Although he knew he might have underestimated Lin Yuan's true talent again, he seized the rare opportunity to once more outshine his friend. I thought you had changed, the white-robed man said helplessly, although he had also watched the battle videos of his disciple and Lin Yuan. Indeed, the Chiquan Star Lord's disciple had decisively overpowered his. Where on earth did you find such an outstanding disciple? The white-robed man couldn't help but ask. The 13 Peak Masters of the Red Kuan lineage claimed. It was discovered by the Chiquan Star Lord during his travels in the universe on a certain planet. Of course, this claim was not highly credible, but since it was asserted by the Chiquan Star Lord himself, the white-robed man played along with the topic. This is a secret? The Chiquan Star Lord smiled mysteriously. You'll know once my disciple steps into the 6th rank. You old fox, still playing mysterious with me. The white-robed man teased, but did not pursue the topic further. He indeed knew that thousands of years ago, the Chiquan Star Lord's newly acquired disciple was killed in an assassination by a different species because his identity was revealed. Because of this, the Chiquan Star Lord personally descended onto the battlefields of different races, engaged in a frenzied slaughter for a while, and only then returned to Chiquan Main Star. Virtual World. Battle Arena Region. Every time it was almost time for Lin Yuan's daily challenge, countless spectators would arrive early, filled with anticipation for the fight to start. It was well known that Lin Yuan not only had the aura of being one of the 13 Peak Masters from the Red Kuan lineage but had shown almost overwhelming strength in many of his past battles, drawing a large fan base. These fans were not only limited to the Chiquan Star domain and its neighboring domains but also came from distant regions of human civilization. So, for these fans, the status of the 13 Peak Masters meant little. They valued Lin Yuan's fighting style and strength more. Inside the VIP box, the Heyu Mo from the Heyu family, a 7th rank evolver, was sitting in his place. Next to Heyu Mo, there were other shadowy figures who were evidently friends of Heyu Mo. What do you think? The strength of my Chiquan Star domain's 13 Peak Master, not bad, right? Heyu Mo said casually. Indeed, I had heard that the Chiquan Star Lord was skilled in teaching his disciples, and now it seems, his reputation is well-deserved. The first figure sitting to the right of Heyu Mo nodded. Have you noticed? Every battle in the arena, the 13 Peak Master's abilities improve a bit. He's using the other evolvers of the same level as stepping stones to ascend to the 6th rank. The figure on the left spoke. He had intently watched every battle of the 13 Peak Masters. Why else would so many people come to watch? The popularity of the arena where the 13 Peak Master competes far surpasses that of the 6th rank arenas. Heyu Mo paused, then continued. Throughout the ages, among those in our human civilization who evolved through continuous battle, deducing their own breakthroughs, not one was not a top-notch, stunningly talented genius. The potential of the 13 Peak Master is completely incalculable, Humo stated. Indeed so, but as for the future, who can know it? The other figures exchanged glances. Potential and strength are completely different concepts. If they could discern the potential of the 13 Peak Masters, so could others, even those enemy different species. The future? True. No one knows what the future holds. Even those top divination masters. The futures they foresee are only imagined, not unchangeable. Humo looked down at the arena below, deep in thought. Chapter 214 Wanyang Same Heaven. Subscribe please. _2. Central Continent Manor, outside the main building. Lin Yuan was having dinner with his rarely gathered family. With Lin Yuan's strength, he had already reached the stage of abstention from grain and could constantly devour the energy present in the universe to replenish what he used up. However, the tradition of dinner was not one to be discarded, as it was not just about eating food but also about bonding and communicating with family. I'm full. Lin Yi quickly finished the food in her bowl, stood up with a swoosh, and was about to head back to her room. Stop right there. Mother Lu Qiong frowned. Why are you rushing through dinner? What do you want to do? Lu Qiong directly asked. I want to go to watch Peak Master Shursan's arena battle. Lin Yi assertively said. Although she was just an unranked evolver, she had access to the virtual world and could enter the arena area to watch the confrontation between two evolvers. And lately, the hottest event in the Chikuan Star Domain arena area was undoubtedly the personal appearance of Red Kuan lineage's Peak Master Shursan, challenging various evolvers. Peak Master Shursan. Lu Qiong nodded, not paying too much attention. She too had heard of Peak Master Shursan, the pride of the entire Chikuan Star Domain. Brother, I've told you many times to come watch Peak Master Shursan's arena battles with me. Peak Master Shursan is very powerful. You could learn a lot from him and maybe even get stronger. Lin Yi looked at Lin Yuan, unable to hold back her words. She had been one of the first die-hard fans to follow Peak Master Shursan's challenge initiations and often promoted him amongst her friends. But when it came to selling Peak Master Shursan to her own brother, she faced resistance. Lin Yi found that her brother seemed to have little interest in Peak Master Shursan. This was disappointing for Lin Yi. Lin Yuan was also an evolutionary genius of Kanglan Star, a once in tens of thousands of years talent, but that depended on who he's compared to. Compared to ordinary people, Lin Yuan was a genius, no doubt. But compared to Peak Master Shursan, he was just exceedingly ordinary. Although Lin Yuan was disinterested, Lin Yi was still trying hard. She frequently invited Lin Yuan to join her in watching Peak Master Shursan's arena battles. But each time when the battle was about to begin, Lin Yuan would leave with various excuses. It was almost as if he was deliberately acting against her. I have to meet a friend. You go watch it. Lin Yuan casually found an excuse, brushing it off. All right then. Lin Yi felt disappointed for a while but soon got excited again, because she could watch Peak Master Shursan's arena battle again in a short while. Virtual world, arena area. Lin Yuan appeared in the arena. Suddenly, terrifying cheers came from all directions. Why are there so many people this time? Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. Although the audience was always sizable when he fought with other evolvers, it was far less than now. Is it because of my opponent this time? Lin Yuan thought to himself, guessing the reason. Wanyang lineage Holy Son? Lin Yuan glanced at the opponent's information. The Wanyang lineage was the absolute ruler of the Wanyang Star Domain, and their power even slightly surpassed that of the Chikuan lineage. As for the Holy Son of the Wanyang lineage, his status was by no means inferior to the current Lin Yuan. It was said that this Wanyang Holy Son, with his special physique, had received intensive training from the Wanyang Star Lord, unimaginably deep in resources. On the arena, the space transformed. Lin Yuan arrived at a desolate planet. Another figure appeared across from him, dressed in a long robe and looking quite ordinary. Red Kuan lineage's Peak Master Shursan, I didn't expect that before stepping into the 6th rank. I could still confront an evolver from the Red Kuan lineage. The Wanyang Holy Sun smiled, emanating a gentle and warm aura. The Wanyang lineage was the ultimate fire system lineage, and the Chikuan lineage also leaned towards the fire system, but placed more emphasis on space. The essence of Chikuan Star-Lord Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan was indeed a life form of space rules. Chikuan Star-Lord pursued both fire and space. Me too. Lin Yuan's expression was grave. Though they hadn't fought yet, he felt a certain pressure from the Wanyang Holy Sun, something he had never experienced before. Well then, let's begin. Wanyang Holy Sun restrained his smile. As soon as the words fell, two terrifying auras collided. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan's form had been incinerated into nothingness by the omnipresent Wanyang True Fire. Lost? Did Peak Master Shursan lose? It seems Wanyang Holy Sun is a bit stronger. Nonsense. Do you know the background of Wanyang Holy Sun? Wanyang Holy Sun, a rare 9-yang divine meridian of our human race, was taken away by Wanyang Star Lord after his birth. Wanyang Star Lord paid a great price to seal Wanyang Holy Sun into Wanyang True Crystal, and then threw him into the core of a star. For the next 100 years, Wanyang Holy Sun absorbed the terrifyingly intense energy of the star core every moment. When Wanyang Holy Sun broke the seal, he directly possessed the power of the 5th rank. Wanyang Holy Sun doesn't need to cultivate. With the terrifyingly intense energy inside him, he can crush everything. The audience began a fervent discussion. The background of Wanyang Holy Sun was beyond what normal evolvers could possess. The 9-yang divine meridian alone was already rare enough, a type of physique that made one a steady 6th rank seed. Plus, being nurtured within the core of a star for 100 years, how could the unsealed Wanyang Holy Sun not be formidable? The pure power of the fire system, burning the heavens and boiling the earth, is indeed terrifying. Lin Yuan appeared in his personal space, repeatedly recalling the battle that had just occurred. With every move Wanyang Holy Sun made, it was like a star falling to the world. Although Lin Yuan followed the Tao of Taiyin and Taiyang, which gave him considerable resistance to the scorching heat of the fire system, he still could not hold out for long under such extreme power. However, although Lin Yuan lost, he didn't feel the slightest bit discouraged. First, he didn't use all his means when he confronted Wanyang Holy Sun. For example, he didn't deploy the Yin Spirit and Yang Spirit. If Lin Yuan were to let out the Radiant Yang Spirit and Wandering Yin Spirit, his strength could at least surge multiple times. However, doing so could potentially expose that he was practicing the martial path evolutionary path. Although there are many evolutionary paths in the vast sea of human civilization that can condense an avatar, mostly, it's at the 6th or 7th rank that one could do so. As for below the 6th rank, managing to refine something similar to an avatar is extremely rare. Moreover, the Yin Spirit and Yang Spirit are not physical. Therefore, it would be best not to use the Yin Spirit and Yang Spirit if possible. Of course, once Lin Yuan stepped into the 6th rank, Yin Spirit and Yang Spirit would nearly solidify into reality. As long as they don't appear simultaneously, there wouldn't be much of a problem. Secondly, Lin Yuan was more than happy to face such a powerful opponent. At least in this battle, the insights Lin Yuan gained from Wanyang Holy Sun far exceeded those from other evolvers he had encountered before. Wanyang Same Heaven, Lin Yuan muttered to himself. This was the secret technique used by Wanyang Holy Sun just now. Without it, Lin Yuan could have held on for a while longer. At the edge of human civilization territory, several terrifying wills penetrated through. What should we do? The disciple number 13 taken in by Chikuan Star Lord has terrifying potential. Absolutely cannot allow him to continue growing. The first will expressed mental fluctuations filled with urgency. When they first heard of Peak Master Shursan, they thought he was just a bit more talented and might surpass the 6th rank in the future. But now, it seems to be much more than a bit. If not stopped, there may be another god of slaughter in the battlefields of different races in the future. What can we do? We don't even know the true identity of Peak Master Shursan. The second will send out mental fluctuations of helplessness. He too wished to nip Peak Master Shursan in the bud, But Chikuan Starlord had learned from a past mistake, and this time the secrecy concerning Peak Master Shursan was taken to the extreme. General Pan Yong, if you have any ideas, feel free to speak out. Our several races, even if we can't help, will definitely support. The third will send out mental fluctuations, inquiring the original speaker. Yes, General Pan Yong, we have resources, we have manpower, we definitely want sit back and do nothing. The last will also spoke up. Chapter 215 Curse Killing Skill 100% Compatibility. Please subscribe. Since you all speak thus, I'll dispense with beating around the bush. General Pan Yong stated. Suddenly, a screen of light emerged from the void. On it appeared rows of text displaying the names and appearances of 10 evolvers. These 10 evolvers, based on myriad pieces of information, are those we deduce to be most likely to be Shursan's true identity, said General Pan Yong. Other presences turned their attention toward the screen. The 10 evolvers on the screen were all members of the Red Kuan lineage. The last of them, shockingly, was a male member of the Tri-Eye clan. As for the first 9, they were evolvers who had shown remarkable performance in the past Chikuan Starlord trials. Primarily, they focused on red pattern evolvers. General Pan Yong, just showing us these lists isn't of much use. Indubitably, most of these evolvers are hidden on Chikuan main star. How can we get to them? Even if we recklessly kill one, the others will surely become alerted, making it even harder to act. The other presences furrowed their brows, expressing their perplexity. There's no need for you to act. General Pan Yong remained unflinching in his tone. One of our members, proficient in the curse-killing skill, is willing to sacrifice 1,000 years of life to execute it. General Pan Yong continued. The curse-killing skill involves a special application of the law of causality. And the law of causality is extremely difficult to perceive, not to mention devising a secret technique based on it. Moreover, the curse-killing skill is greatly restrictive, requiring at least a gap of 2 great realms to execute, and each use consumes an immense amount of lifespan. If not absolutely necessary, no powerful being would willingly perform the curse-killing skill. Of course, using the curse-killing skill is far more complete than assassination. Regardless of the distance, as long as there is causality connected, one can curse directly. Curse kill. That sounds like a good plan. Direct curse killing will leave these 10 evolvers unable to react. Exactly as of now, Shursan Peak Master is only at the 5th rank, not yet stepping into the 6th rank. Executing a curse requires only a 7th rank, one capable in curse arts. If we wait for him to ascend to the 6th rank, cursing him will require an 8th layer curse wielder to pay a significant price, which might still falter. The presences discussed among themselves for a while, concurring with General Pan Yong's approach. With the potential that Shursan Peak Master has demonstrated, it's best to eliminate him before he reaches the 6th rank. Once at the 6th rank, the vastness of heaven and sea enables many life-saving means, making it uncertain that even an 8th layer curse wielder, willing to sacrifice thousands of years of lifespan, could succeed. I need you to contribute. General Pan Yong immediately began to discuss terms with the other presences. Half a day later, in that starry sky, subtle spatial fluctuations began to ripple. A humanoid being clad in scales stepped forward. This is the medium. With a thought from General Pan Yong, 10 items appeared. These 10 items, gathered from the lives of the 10 evolvers listed, had been collected from planets they had inhabited by people sent by General Pan Yong. Having come into contact with these 10 evolvers, they retained some of their essence. The curse-killing skill, mysterious and unpredictable, impervious to defense, still necessitates a medium for execution. From cause to effect, from effect to lock the cause. Pan Yong, remember your promise. The scale-clad humanoid intensely stared at General Pan Yong for a moment, then swallowed the 10 medium items in one gulp. Invisible waves dispersed. The scale-clad humanoid, as if suffering backlash, began to disintegrate. It is done. General Pan Yong saw this and nodded slightly. Rest assured, after your death, your people will be treated well, General Pan Yong said, gazing at the gradually crumbling humanoid figure. The scale-clad being, left with only 1,000 years of lifespan, had volunteered for this mission to kill Shursan Peak Master, seeking to pave the way for his people with the remainder of his life. For a scale-clad humanoid, the remaining 1,000 years was far from sufficient to advance further. Now, we wait. General Pan Yong looked towards the other presences. Sacrificing a 7th-rank peak, a rare practitioner of the curse arts, for 1,000 years of lifespan in exchange for the lives of 10 small fries at the 4th and 5th ranks. Absolute, profound loss. But if among those 10, there is one who is Shursan Peak Master, then it's a win, not just a win, but a huge win. Chikuin Main Star. The Tri-Eye clan male ended his cultivation. Humph! Fool! The Tri-Eye clan male glanced below. There, Fong Qing was hurrying away, clearly having matters to attend to. The Tri-Eye clan male found Fong Qing particularly distasteful not only because Fong Qing used to be a modest silver pattern, but also because he had expended considerable favors for his friend Lin Yuan, garnering a favorable image within the Red Kuan lineage. True powerhouses are solitary, needing no friends at all. Having friends only highlights one's own weakness. The eyes of the Tri-Eye clan male were resolute. The Tri-Eye clan male sighed lightly, making to rise. Just then, an invisible fluctuation descended. Don't! The Tri-Eye clan male's eyes widened, the bloodline in his brow opening. But it was all in vain. As the fluctuation spread, the soul of the Tri-Eye clan male swiftly extinguished. Simultaneously, on Chikuin Main Star, the other 9 evolvers mysteriously died. Virtual world. Personal space. Fong Qing sat in front of Lin Yuan, his face burning with indignation. Despicable different species. To use the curse-killing skill, Fong Qing blurted out the mysterious deaths of the Tri-Eye clan male and the other 9 evolvers. Chapter 216 Curse-Killing Skill, 100% Compatibility, Seeking Subscriptions, _2. This matter on Chikuin Main Star is no secret. In the end, the fate of the last 3 peak masters, determined to come from the different species curse-killing skill, slowly subsided. Curse-killing skill? A flicker stirred in Lin Yuan's heart. As the 13th peak master, he naturally knew of this bizarre and unpredictable method. The curse-killing skill is a special application of the law of cause and effect, more arcane than attacks on the soul. Of course, the cost of using the curse-killing skill is also enormous, and it only works if it spans at least 2 great realms. And each deployment drains 100 years of lifespan. The different species use the curse-killing skill. For what purpose? Lin Yuan had a guess in his heart, but still asked. Others say the different species saw the 13th peak master's performance in the arena area, and this time the curse killed 10 evolvers. They were looking for the 13th peak master. Fong Qing said in a hushed voice. That makes sense. Lin Yuan nodded. At this moment, he was somewhat relieved that he had not exposed his identity. If previously, due to the suppression by Heiyueo, Lin Yuan had revealed his identity in a moment of impatience, even if he safely hid back on the Chikuin Main Star, as long as the identity of Lin Yuan was exposed, it could allow the different species to track him down. Having lived on Kanglan Star for so many years, Lin Yuan could not guarantee he hadn't left behind any medium. If the different species found this medium, and then employed the curse-killing skill, Lin Yuan was not sure if he could survive. Although as a junior disciple of the Chikuin Star Lord, he might have means to block causality-killing techniques, but in case it didn't work, low profile. Must keep a low profile? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Luckily, he endured under the pressure from Heiyueo. That Tri-Eye clan man? Lin Yuan felt that this Tri-Eye clan man must have taken the disaster on himself instead. Within the 7-star cave world, 3 red embossed, over 100 gold banded, and over 1 million silver banded. The one who most resembled the 13th peak master, known for his rampage in the arena area, likely was this Tri-Eye clan man. After all, the other 2 red embossed had 2 distinctive personal features. Yin Ling, the silver-haired woman, excels in spatial attacks, and the nearly 3 meters tall brute strength excels in physical attacks. They didn't quite resemble the 13th peak master. As for the below gold and silver banded, the numbers were too vast, really hard to pinpoint. Only this Tri-Eye clan man who was red embossed Still don't know if the 13th Peak Master has encountered a mishap or not. Fang Qing's tone suddenly grew somber. The different species daring to employ a curse assassination surely was confident. A curse assassination spanning boundless distances required a huge sacrifice. "Won't we know by tomorrow?" Lin Yuan offered comfort. "That's true." Fang Qing was momentarily stunned. The 13th Peak Master challenges fellow evolvers every morning and afternoon in the arena area. If the 13th Peak Master is unharmed, he will definitely appear tomorrow. "Hope nothing's wrong," Fang Qing muttered quietly. If the 13th Peak Master were to die at the hands of the different species like 10,000 years ago, who knows what kind of drastic actions the Chiquan Star Lord would take. Oh. The next day, virtual world, arena area. Inside a private box, several figures gathered here. Whether the curse killing reached the 13th Peak Master or not, we will see now. These several figures were naturally disguised as the different species. The virtual world's network could not completely block the different species from entering. Some adept at disguising could perfectly mimic the aura of the human race, and as long as the identity was correct, they could smoothly enter the virtual world. If today, the 13th Peak Master does not show up, then it is highly probable he was cursed to death. The several figures exchanged glances, eagerly watching the arena below. This time, to curse assassinate the 13th Peak Master, they had paid a much greater price than when they had assassinated that junior disciple of the Chiquan Star Lord 10,000 years ago. To assassinate that junior disciple, they had merely sacrificed some 6th-rank powerhouses. But this time, directly a 7th-rank peak expert skilled in cursed methods had given up a millennium of lifespan. One must know, a 7th-rank peak expert skilled in cursed methods is even rarer than an 8th-layer powerhouse. If this expert hadn't volunteered, they couldn't have ordered such a sacrifice. 13th Peak Master, you must die. If you don't die, wouldn't our sacrifice be in vain? The several different species thought rapidly, keeping their gazes fixed on the arena below. Soon, a figure appeared on the arena. That was the 13th Peak Master's opponent. By now, he should have not come, should have. Joy surged in the hearts of the several different species. However, the next moment, the figure of the 13th Peak Master appeared on the other side of the arena. Oh! Dead silence. The box fell into dead silence. Several different species looked grim, staring intently at the figure of the 13th Peak Master below. Was the curse wrong? The 13th Peak Master is still alive? It's over. The several different species took a deep breath, their faces bitter. Let's go. There's no need to look anymore. Let's go back and report. Several beings from different species disconnected from the virtual world. The moment they saw the silhouette of Shursan at the Peak Master, they realized that they could no longer stop the rise of Shursan at the Peak Master. What could they use to stop him? Attempt another cursed killing? First off, whether they could find another 7th-rank peak expert willing to cooperate with them for another cursed killing is questionable. Even if they could find one, what then? How would they choose the target? Their previously chosen 10 evolvers were most likely to be the targets of Shursan at the Peak Master. Now that they had failed, they needed to select from an even larger base of evolvers. The possibility of failing again in cursed killing was significantly higher than the first time. Virtual world. Personal space. Lin Yuan's eyes were slightly closed. By challenging evolvers of various evolutionary paths repeatedly, the perfection level of Lin Yuan's martial path evolutionary path steadily improved. Is someone seeking to visit me? Lin Yuan glanced through the visitor list. Ever since he was suppressed by Heiyuao, very few had made special visits to him. Even though Fang Qing appeared and resolved the trade cutoff situation of Kanglan Star, Lin Yuan as a person was still blacklisted by many forces. Too arrogant, too controversial. Offend Heiyuao today, who knows who he would offend tomorrow. Mr. Lin, I am Shi Kai, a director from Huiying Group. A man with a hook-nosed face said with a smile. Hello. Lin Yuan nodded. We hope, Mr. Lin, that you could lead the way and help us contact Lord Fang Qing. The hook-nosed man stated his purpose. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, our Huiying Group will certainly show our gratitude afterward. the hook-nosed man promised. No need. I can't agree to this. Lin Yuan shook his head in refusal. So these people wanted to get to know Fang Qing through him? In that case, I apologize for the disturbance. The hook-nosed man maintained his smile and immediately exited Lin Yuan's personal space. It was not until he returned to reality that a dark expression surfaced on the hook-nosed man's face. Doesn't he realize his current situation? Still so arrogant. The hook-nosed man snorted coldly. From his perspective, Lin Yuan was entirely relying on Lord Fang Qing to live comfortably. Not taking advantage of the situation now, when Lord Fang Qing values personal connections, to network with other forces is a complete waste of resources. Just wait. You'll see what kind of fate you'll face in the future. The hook-nosed man sat in his seat. Lord Fang Qing can protect you temporarily, but could he do so for a lifetime? What will you use to face the Heiyu family once you lose Lord Fang Qing's protection in the future? Central Continent Manor. Underground training ground in the main building. Lin Yuan was seated cross-legged. In front of him, a crimson stone was placed. Under the Against Heaven's understanding, he observed the inspiration emanating from the crimson stone, combined with the gains from sparring with numerous evolvers, quickly perfecting his martial path evolutionary path and enhancing the soul compatibility conversion efficiency. Until he reached a certain threshold. Time passed unknowingly. An hour, 10 hours, or maybe a day. Lin Yuan quietly opened his eyes. Lin Yuan only felt, from his entire being, to be precise, from the depths of his soul, a sense of perfection emerging. Soul compatibility. Lin Yuan immediately began to sense the level of his soul compatibility conversion. A moment later, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face, because in this world, his soul compatibility conversion level had already reached 100%. Chapter 217 Beating Wanyang Holy Sun. Seeking subscriptions. Has the soul match reached 100%? Lin Yuan's mind was filled with pleasure. Ever since that sense of perfection had emerged from the depths of his soul, Lin Yuan had harbored such speculation. Now that it had been confirmed, he naturally felt good. My current strength? Lin Yuan closed his eyes slightly and carefully felt his body. Compared to before the soul match had reached 100%, Lin Yuan almost had no changes. His physique, strength, speed, and everything else. There was virtually no difference before and after. Yet Lin Yuan felt a sense of absolute control. For example, the same amount of force before the soul match was complete, Lin Yuan could only use it to destroy a city. But now, Lin Yuan could use it to destroy 10 cities or even 100. No wonder everyone says, as long as the soul match reaches 100%, stepping into the 6th rank is as simple as eating and drinking, with not the slightest risk. Lin Yuan looked as if he had realized something. Previously, he had some doubts about this. Even breaking from the 1st rank to the 2nd layer had associated risks. How could there be no risk in breaking from the 5th rank to the 6th? It turns out, when the soul is perfectly matched with the fundamental evolutionary path, an evolver has already stepped into the realm of the 6th rank. On the basis of having a 6th rank realm, stepping into the 6th rank is naturally not difficult, and the control power of a 6th rank evolver makes the breakthrough exceptionally simple. And there's also Martial Tao. Lin Yuan's gaze turned slightly heated. Using Martial Tao as his fundamental evolutionary path at this moment, Lin Yuan seemed to be fused with the Martial Tao. I am Martial Tao. Lin Yuan connected his consciousness to the virtual world. He entered a specialized training arena where the space around him automatically simulated, forming a small planet environment. Lin Yuan stood above the small planet. There was no air, and the gravity was extremely low, completely in line with cosmic standards. Lin Yuan looked down and raised his right hand, throwing a punch toward the small planet below. Boom! A terrifying pressure burst forth. At the surface of the small planet, right where Lin Yuan's punch landed, a crater tens of kilometers wide appeared. The force of this punch penetrated half of the planet, and the residual force caused earthquakes on its surface, triggered tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and eventually, the small planet disintegrated into countless meteorite fragments that flew in all directions. I am now almost infinitely close to a 6th rank evolver, right? Or perhaps to be considered as a weakened 6th tier. Lin Yuan exhaled softly, his eyes sparkling with vitality. Although the size of the small planet was not as large as a regular life planet, Lin Yuan's full-strength punch causing such an effect. Indeed, there was almost no difference from a 6th-rank fallen star warrior. At least, he was nearly at the threshold of the 6th rank, barely on the same level. Logically speaking, even if the soul match reaches 100%, depending on the evolutionary path, the boost to an evolver's strength varies. For someone like me, to have the strength skyrocket to the threshold of the 6th rank, is that considered extremely rare, or perhaps exceptionally scarce? Lin Yuan disconnected his consciousness from the virtual world, returning to reality, thinking to himself. It is important to note, Lin Yuan was not yet a 6th rank. When he breaks through later, his physical soul will undergo a substantial transformation. His strength will increase significantly, possibly reaching a relatively strong level within the 6th rank. Martial path, evolutionary path. Lin Yuan's mind settled, and at this moment, his soul perfectly matched with the martial path, evolutionary path, manifesting its true meaning with every move he made. It was precisely by merging with the martial path, evolutionary path that Lin Yuan was able to disintegrate the small planet with a single punch, unleashing power far beyond the limit of a 5th-rank evolver. The red spirit fluid will take a few more days to arrive, and once it does, I can step into the 6th rank. Lin Yuan thought to himself. A transition from the 5th to the 6th rank entailed a transformation of both physique and soul, which naturally required a large amount of pure energy. Even though the cosmic starry skies are filled with infinite energy, that energy is chaotic and at a very low concentration. How long would it take to absorb cosmic energy slowly and break through to the 6th rank? Red spirit fluid, as a proprietary resource of the Red Kuan lineage, is most suitable for accumulating one's own energy, and using it to break through to the 6th rank couldn't be more appropriate. Upon reaching the 6th rank, revealing my identity will probably astonish many factions. Lin Yuan didn't need to think about it. He knew his true identity would cause quite a stir in the Chikuan star domain, and might even spread to other star domains. A 6th-rank evolver under 100 years old, unlike the Wanyang Holy Sun, did not receive the profound cultivation of the Wanyang Star Lord shortly after birth. Lin Yuan's step into the 6th rank was entirely due to his own qualifications and talent. A few years ago, he was just a 4th-rank evolver, taking part in the 7-star cave trial. From the 4th rank to the 6th rank in just a few years. In the expanse of the human civilization territory, among the countless geniuses born in the past 100,000 years, how many can have such a cultivation speed? Once one becomes a 6th-rank evolver, the essence of life is transformed. Spending some time, one can embed their life imprint in the cosmic starry sky. In this way, even if I fall in the future, I could be resurrected by the supreme being of the human race through this imprint. Why is it that upon reaching the 6th rank, one can reveal their identity without fear of assassination by different species? If the different species are willing to pay enough, not to mention the 6th rank, even 7th-rank beings can't withstand it. The reason is that once you reach the 6th rank, you already possess the eligibility for resurrection. Below the 6th rank, life essence is too weak to leave an imprint, and death is truly the end. Different species are reluctant to assassinate 6th-tier evolvers and above because, even if they pay a huge price to assassinate a genius evolver, they might later be resurrected. Chapter 218 Beating Wanyang Holy Sun. Subscribe please. _2. This is completely a losing trade. Of course, even for human civilization, resurrecting an evolver is a huge burden to bear. Many 6th-rank and 7th-rank evolvers, even if they could be resurrected, would not be resurrected. A few days before the red spirit fluid arrives, I can finish off the remaining challenge applications. Lin Yuan glanced at the many evolvers he had applied to battle in the arena area. Since there was nothing else to do now, battling these genius evolvers from the human territories was also a gain. Especially the Wanyang Holy Sun, who had defeated him once before. Just a few days later, Lin Yuan had applied again, and his opponent had agreed. Oh! The next day, it was still the same time. Around the arena where Lin Yuan was about to appear, a large audience gathered. Why is this Peak Master 13 sparring with the Wanyang Holy Sun again? Didn't they just fight recently? There's a big difference in their strength. Right? Could it be that Peak Master 13 likes being dominated? Around the arena, numerous spectators were discussing animatedly. Although they enjoyed watching Peak Master 13's matches, they wanted to see him crush and dominate his opponents. Not to be crushed and dominated. Especially for some spectators from the Chikuin Star domain, some couldn't bear to keep watching. Watching their idol being incinerated into nothingness by the Wanyang Holy Sun was torturous. Ha ha ha! Go Holy Sun! Keep crushing your opponent. Just an underling. Not a match for our Holy Sun's single strike. People of the Chikuin Star domain, listen up. You're about to see our Holy Sun crush everything with his strength. Compared to the subdued atmosphere of the Chikuin Star domain audience, the spectators from the Wanyang Star domain were extremely excited. No matter what, Peak Master 13 holds a high status in the Chikuin Star domain, and losing to the Wanyang Holy Sun once was a sight worth seeing. Losing again would still be a pleasing thing. What's there to be proud of? People from the Wanyang Star domain really have no manners. The Wanyang Holy Sun is strong, but Peak Master 13 isn't weak either. Is there a need to say it like that? The audience from the Chikuin Star domain felt suppressed, but they didn't know how to respond since strength was the basis of everything. The previous battle between Peak Master 13 and the Wanyang Holy Sun indeed showed the latter as superior. This fact hadn't changed, so they didn't know how to counter the taunts from the Wanyang Star domain audience. It felt like being a class below. Eastern side of the arena. Lin Yi and a few friends sat together, waiting for the match to start. My brother stood me up again. Lin Yi looked around and realizing that Lin Yuan still hadn't shown up. Her expression immediately fell. I heard your brother is also an evolutionary genius who has won championships in your planet's arena contests. Asked a girl with twin ponytails sitting next to Lin Yi, who was curious. She came from another planet and had met Lin Yi in the virtual world. That's right. Upon hearing this, a proud expression appeared on Lin Yi's face. She glanced at the arena below, thinking about Peak Master 13 who was about to appear, and shook her head. But compared to Peak Master 13, my brother is far behind. Not only far behind, but he also didn't even want to come and watch to learn. Lin Yi felt annoyed, thinking that Lin Yuan was again gathering with some friends. There aren't many evolvers who can compare to Peak Master 13. Another friend commented, clearly very admiring of Peak Master 13. Arena. This time, the simulated environment was a desolate planet, many times larger than Kanglan Star, sufficient for 2 5th-rank peak evolvers to clash. Whoosh! Lin Yuan appeared on the top of a mountain. Shortly after, on another mountain top in the distance, the Wanyang Holy Sun appeared. The Wanyang Holy Sun had a calm expression. His aura was soothing and warm. Peak Master 13. The Wanyang Holy Sun looked towards the distant Lin Yuan, inevitably puzzled. Not long ago, this Peak Master 13 had fought with him, surely realizing the disparity between their strength. Why did he still intend to challenge him? It must be known. The stronger ones are, the more they care about losing face. Losing to the Wanyang Holy Sun once wasn't enough, he wanted to lose twice? Does Peak Master 13, after every battle, grow stronger? Could it be he sees me as a whetstone? A smile appeared on the Wanyang Holy Sun's face. A whetstone? That's when the strengths are similar or nearly so. If he fully exerted himself, ending the fight in the shortest time, what honing effect could it possibly have? A few minutes later, the match began. Lin Yuan and the Wanyang Holy Sun faced each other. Shursan Peak Master, you must be careful this time. Wanyang Holy Sun's thoughts stirred slightly, and a scorching aura began to spread. You too? Lin Yuan smiled faintly. His figure then disappeared from the spot. Ha! Wanyang Holy Sun was startled. He couldn't at all see when Lin Yuan had disappeared. How has the speed become so fast? Wanyang Holy Sun's face changed slightly. At that moment, Wanyang Holy Sun only faintly felt that Lin Yuan was still present in the arena, but he couldn't pinpoint his exact location. Merely with speed, you can't beat me. Wanyang Holy Sun snorted coldly, instantly releasing his Wanyang domain. In an instant, centered around Wanyang Holy Sun, within a radius of 10 miles, 100 miles, several hundred miles, Everything was engulfed by terrifying heat. Wanyang. Same heaven. Wanyang Holy Sun transformed into an incarnation of a permanent star, constantly condensing into miniature stars within the range of his domain, releasing endless heat, and then exploding. Since he couldn't pin down Lin Yuan's position, he decided to directly destroy an entire area. After all, Lin Yuan must be in that area. Buzz. At that moment, a figure appeared a kilometer away from Wanyang Holy Sun. It was Lin Yuan. Facing the scorching heat and burning around him, Lin Yuan showed no hint of retreat and extended his right hand to slap towards Wanyang Holy Sun. Boom! Terrifying power enveloped his strike, and it came into contact with the Wanyang domain and the secret technique Wanyang Same Heaven. But to Wanyang Holy Sun's disbelief, the force of that slap from Lin Yuan instantly penetrated the Wanyang domain. This is bad. Wanyang Holy Sun's expression drastically changed, and he began to retreat explosively. However, Lin Yuan took another step forward, appearing 100 meters from Wanyang Holy Sun, and slapped again. Rumble. The air tore apart. Lin Yuan's attack was too ferocious. Although it was just a simple slap, it somehow enveloped the area all around, covering all positions, leaving Wanyang Holy Sun with no place to hide. SSS. Wanyang Holy Sun could only grit his teeth and take Lin Yuan's slap head-on. The next moment, Wanyang Holy Sun's figure exploded. Whoosh! Countless scorching flames converged. A few miles away, Wanyang Holy Sun's form recondensed. My Wanyang immortal body. Disbelief was written all over Wanyang Holy Sun's face. With the 9 Yang Divine Meridian and the Truth Crystal of Myriad Fire, combined with the infinite power from the depths of a star, Wanyang Holy Sun cultivated the Wanyang immortal body. The Wanyang immortal body allowed his physical body to energetically transform for a short period, similar to Thunder God's incarnation of thunder. But the Wanyang immortal body was even more profound and high-end. It had the effect of acting as a substitute for death. Without the Wanyang immortal body, Wanyang Holy Sun would have died outright from that slap from Lin Yuan, shattered to pieces with no chance of survival. I concede. Without hesitation, Wanyang Holy Sun applied to concede, even though he wasn't dead, and the Wanyang immortal body could still act as a substitute a few more times. But having witnessed the terrifying strength exhibited by Lin Yuan, Wanyang Holy Sun didn't want to waste more time. What could dragging it out with the Wanyang immortal body achieve? It would only result in taking a few more slaps, completely devoid of any dignity. You should be able to step into the 6th rank at any time. Well, meet again at the 6th rank. Wanyang Holy Sun took a deep look at Lin Yuan, then vanished. The gap in strength between Lin Yuan then and now was too great. The only possibility was that his soul had transformed to perfection. Did I win just like that? Lin Yuan also felt that he won too easily with the martial path evolutionary path as the core evolutionary path, achieving 100% transformation compatibility with his soul, which had greatly enhanced his strength. What's going on? Lin Yuan looked around. He noticed that all around him had quietened down. In the tournament stadium, countless spectators, whether they were from Chikuan Star Domain, Wanyang Star Domain, or from other neutral star domains, were all dumbstruck, mouths agape. Chapter 219 Breaking Through to the 6th Rank. Please subscribe. Just a few breaths had passed. Surrounding the tournament stage, countless spectators gradually recovered, erupting in thunderous cheers. These cheers were like a tsunami, especially from the viewers of the Chikuan Star Domain, almost causing a riot. What just happened? The Wanyang Holy Sun was slapped into submission by the peak master of Shursan? That's the Wanyang Holy Sun, right? What's going on? Did he deliberately concede? Concede your whole family. Didn't you see how the peak master of Shursan's 2 slaps completely shattered the Wanyang Holy Sun's body? Although I have no idea how the Wanyang Holy Sun managed to survive, it's clearly evident that he's no match for the peak master of Shursan. What in the world happened? Wasn't the peak master of Shursan unable to beat the Wanyang Holy Sun before? How is it now? In just a few days, their strengths have reversed? Too terrifying. The peak master of Shursan is too fearsome. shattering the Wanyang Holy Sun's physical body with 2 slaps. With such combat power, I estimate he's reached the threshold of the 6th rank. What were those people from the Wanyang Star domain barking about earlier? Saying something about a defeated opponent? Keep talking now. Countless voices of discussion exploded. If it was just the Wanyang Holy Sun being defeated, it wouldn't have caused such a huge reaction. After all, among human civilization, there's no shortage of geniuses, and although the Wanyang Holy Sun could certainly be considered first-rate, he was definitely not invincible. But the one who defeated the Wanyang Holy Sun was none other than the very peak master of Shursan, who had recently lost to the Holy Sun. Such a stark contrast, along with the ease in which the peak master of Shursan defeated the Wanyang Holy Sun, ignited the emotions of numerous spectators. Wow! The peak master of Shursan is so powerful. Lin Yi stood up excitedly as well. That's terrifying. That's the Wanyang Holy Sun. And he was just crushed. A few of Lin Yi's friends at her side burst out in astonishment. Of course. Lin Yi then suddenly remembered her own brother. If only my brother could learn from the peak master of Shursan, that would be great. Lin Yi sighed, not because she looked down on Lin Yuan, but because all this time, Lin Yuan never accompanied her to watch the peak master of Shursan's matches. Such disinterest in the strong, Lin Yi didn't know what to make of it. Our little junior brother. In a VIP box, the 12 peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage looked at each other. Initially, they were puzzled why their junior brother would still challenge the Wanyang Holy Sun. But now, everyone understood. Too abnormal. Every peak master had the same thought in their minds. They were aware of their junior brother's partial true identity, not yet 100 years old. But now, the power that the little junior brother had demonstrated certainly indicated had reached perfect soul fusion. That is to say, the little junior brother could step into the 6th rank at any time. Such a speed of cultivation was somewhat embarrassing for the 9 elder brothers who were still at the 6th rank. Originally I thought we had a few decades, but I didn't expect we could go back so soon. Among all peak masters, the eldest brother's expression was the most bizarre. He, in order to curry favor with the little junior brother, had specially dispatched an avatar to reside over Kanglan Star, to prevent the Heyu Ao from making a desperate move. This avatar, the eldest brother had planned to keep until the little junior brother stepped into the 6th rank. The eldest brother estimated that it would take at least a few decades. However, now, it seems like it would only be a matter of a month. This is a top talent of my human alliance. In another stand, Zhong Bai, Lu Shiguang, and Chao Rong were full of shock. The most talented evolver they had ever seen was Lin Yuan. At the beginning, during the team competition of the tournament, they were in the same team as Lin Yuan. In the end, Lin Yuan lived up to expectations, successfully winning the championship of the tournament. However, Lin Yuan's performance was completely on a different level compared to the peak master of Shursan on the stage. One of the future dominators of the Chikuan Star domain. Heyu Ao was also watching, and the current performance of the peak master of Shursan was so highly regarded that he couldn't even look up to him. Maybe one day when he ascended to the position of clan head of the Heyu family, he would have a chance to see this peak master of Shursan. Chikuan, you old rascal, you really found a treasure. In a crimson palace, a man in a white robe watched the tournament footage, and when he saw Lin Yuan shatter the Wanyang Holy Sun with 2 slaps, he was somewhat stunned. He's reached perfect soul fusion so quickly, and after achieving perfection, his strength has received such an enhancement. What kind of evolution path did you practice with him? The man in the white robe was experienced and knowledgeable. He was aware that reaching perfect soul fusion alone and having such an explosive increase in strength indicated Lin Yuan's extremely compatible foundation with his evolution path, and that this evolution path held immense potential. You'll know in time, the Chikuan Star Lord replied with an unchanged smile, yet deep inside, he too was extremely curious. Lin Yuan's 2 slaps just now seemed to not follow the Shen Huang evolutionary path. Could it be that he cultivated another evolution path as well? Chikuan, tell me honestly, how old is the little disciple you took in? Is he over 100 years old? The man in the white robe understood that the Chikuan Star Lord wouldn't reveal the true identity of the peak master of Shursan. So instead of asking about that, He asked about his age. One could generally gauge the talent of an evolver by their age. If the real age of the peak master of Shursan was 400 to 500 years or even 500 to 600 years, then he would just be considered a normal genius. If he was under 100 years old, then it must be said that the Chikuan Star Lord had truly found an exceptional genius this time. Under 100 years old, the Chikuan Star Lord replied after a moment's hesitation. Far from simply being under 100, if Lin Yuan's information was correct, he probably wasn't even 30 yet. Chapter 220 Breakthrough to the 6th rank, Seeking Subscriptions, _2. Chikuan Star Lord himself found it somewhat incredible. He had presided over the Chikuan Star domain for nearly 200,000 years and had initiated the 7-star cave challenges countless times. Yet, he had never seen an evolver with talents and qualities like Lin Yuan. In the past, Chikuan Star Lord had only heard rumors about such talented evolvers, but this time he unexpectedly became his disciple. Really not even 100 years old? The man in the white robe gasped. My disciple lost honorably. The man in the white robe thought of the junior disciple who had been utterly defeated by Lin Yuan recently. Truly a monster. The man in the white robe couldn't help but say. No need to say that. Once he steps into the 6th rank, there will be even more challenges waiting for him. Our human civilization initially proceeds smoothly, showing terrifying potentials, but there are also evolvers who fail to advance beyond the 6th or 7th rank. Chikuan Star Lord shook his head. Don't set too high expectations for Shursan. The higher you stand, the harder you fall. Still pretending at this time? The man in the white robe rolled his eyes. Although the words were right, they somehow tasted bitter to him. How about I trade 100 disciples for this one of yours? The man in the white robe said. No deal. Chikuan Star Lord didn't even think about it. It's your move. Several days later, Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan, having finished his last match, came outside the manor. Mr. Lin, here are your items. A man in a black uniform stood outside the manor. Behind him stood a several-meter-tall box. Drip, following identity authorization. Lin Yuan asked the housekeeper robot to move the box to the underground training facility in the main building. While passing the grassy field, Lin Yuan saw his parents chatting with Lin Yi, his sister. Mom, Dad, you have no idea how formidable Peak Master Shursan is. With just a couple of slaps, he shattered Wanyang Holy Sun. Wanyang Holy Sun, is considered the undisputed number 1 below the 6th rank in the Wanyang Star domain. Lin Yi was vividly enlightening her parents with the glorious feats of Peak Master Shursan. Incredible! Peak Master Shursan is indeed formidable. The parents continually nodded. Without Lin Yi's explanations, they too had entered the virtual world recently and heard most about this. I just wonder when our Kanglan Star will produce a figure like Peak Master Shursan. Mother Lu Qiong sighed. Mom, what are you dreaming about? That's Peak Master Shursan. In the Chikuan Star domain, with more than 1 million life planets, only such one exists. It's already lucky enough for Kanglan Star to have my brother. A Peak Master Shursan? Absolutely impossible. Lin Yi shook her head, explaining to Lu Qiong. Even though Lu Qiong was also an evolver, she didn't understand much about the evolver community and just knew that Peak Master Shursan was formidable. But how formidable, she wasn't aware. Thus she idly fantasized if Kanglan Star could also produce an evolver like him. Lin Yi felt like laughing internally. In such a shallow pool as Kanglan Star, dreaming of producing a true dragon like Peak Master Shursan? Underground training facility in the main building. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, looking at the box in front of him. In the box was exactly what Lin Yuan had applied for Scarlet Spirit Liquid. To ensure a smooth breakthrough to the 6th rank, Lin Yuan had requested a large basin of Scarlet Spirit Liquid this time. It's time to make a breakthrough. Lin Yuan steadied his mind, having made his decision. The inner conditions, 100% soul bonding transformation, were met. The external conditions, a large basin of Scarlet Spirit Liquid, satisfied all consumption during the breakthrough period. Ho Ming. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and called Ho Ming, the captain of the guard troops. For the coming period until I emerge, no matter what happens, do not let anyone come near. Lin Yuan stated. Yes. Captain Ho Ming spoke reverently. Lin Yuan returned to the underground training facility again. Let's begin. Lin Yuan looked at a large basin of scarlet spirit liquid in front of him and took a gentle breath. A massive amount of scarlet spirit liquid evaporated into the air, merging into Lin Yuan's body. With the influx of huge, pure energy, Lin Yuan started to release control over his physical soul. Rustle, rustle. The amount of scarlet spirit liquid visibly reduced, while Lin Yuan's physical soul quickly began to grow stronger. Why are 6th rank evolvers called fallen star level? It's because their physical souls become powerfully unimaginable. With each breath, they absorb and exhale the cosmic energies, neutralizing various stellar radiations without depending on the planetary environment. For a 6th rank evolver, medium to low-grade life planets are already restrictive, akin to a shark trapped in a small pond. The battleground for 6th rank evolvers lies in the cosmos. Hum, hum, hum. As Lin Yuan's physical soul continued to transform and ascend, it gradually began to affect the surroundings, forming a unique life magnetic field characteristic of 6th rank evolvers. Of course, ordinary evolvers can't perceive this influence, and even 4th and 5th rank evolvers cannot sense it. Only, is my junior brother starting his breakthrough? The bald man was strolling slowly, sensing something, and immediately glanced towards the central mainland. To protect my junior brother. The bald man's figure vanished, instantly appearing at the edge of the central mainland. Although it's unlikely, if a group of 7th rank alien species were to attack now, I could completely block them to buy time for my junior brother's breakthrough. If 8th rank aliens were to attack, I would also have enough time to take my junior brother and run. The bald man thought covertly. Logically speaking, the alien species should not be aware of Lin Yuan's true identity yet. Otherwise, they would have sent strong entities to kill him long ago. On the other side of Kanglin's star, a member of the demonic mouse race, only 1 meter 50 tall, lay on the bed. Chapter 221 Breaking Through 6th Rank, Seeking Subscriptions, _3. Several robust men beside him were drenched in sweat as they massaged him. Put a bit more strength into it, you guys. Didn't you eat last night? Even harder, I'm telling you, as long as it feels good, money is no issue. This member of the demonic mouse race was enjoying himself. Suddenly, the demonic mouse race powerhouse shuddered abruptly. The strong member of the demonic mouse race looked towards the direction of central mainland, his small eyes suddenly widening. Is this a breakthrough to the 6th rank? The strong member of the demonic mouse race was dumbfounded. He remembered that Lin Yuan, whom he protected under the command of the goddess of wisdom, had only the strength of the 4th rank. How did he suddenly reach the 6th rank? How long has it been? The powerful member of the demonic mouse race almost thought time was in disorder, but after some thinking, he confirmed he had only been on Kanglin's star for not even a year. What a monstrosity! The strong member of the demonic mouse race blinked. Even though he knew that Lin Yuan, who had the goddess of wisdom intervene to bring him to this planet as a bodyguard, was no ordinary individual, such a leap across 2 major realms in such a short time was too frightening. Central Continent Manor. Main building's underground training area. So this is the 6th rank? Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he felt everything had changed. The myriad cosmic energies diffusing between heaven and earth were distinctly visible to him, especially the powers of Tai Yin and Tai Yang, which he could now discern as effortlessly as if viewing the patterns on one's palm. I finally succeeded. A smile emerged on Lin Yuan's face. In the main world, whether it was human civilization or other different species civilizations, the 6th rank was a boundary. It marked the divide between planetary life and cosmic life. Before reaching the 6th rank, life was extremely fragile. One could barely survive off their planet without the aid of tools. But at the 6th rank, the cosmic starry sky instead felt more like home. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's figure vanished. The next moment, Lin Yuan appeared outside Kanglin's star. Under the deep and vast cosmic starry skies, Lin Yuan took a deep breath. The originally chaotic and violent cosmic energies, now tame like a kitten, were all drawn into his body. Kanglan Star. Lin Yuan turned his head to look towards the distant Kanglan Star. At this moment, the enormous Kanglan Star appeared somewhat blustery, its internal strength not as robust as its exterior suggested. Though it boasted a planetary defense system, Lin Yuan could breach the planet in a short time if he so desired. The lives of Kanglan Star's 50 billion citizens hung on Lin Yuan's single thought. The planetary defense system could only delay Lin Yuan for a while but was very unlikely to stop him. Lin Yuan seemed to have noticed something and looked toward the left front. There appeared a bald man. Little junior brother. Big senior brother? Lin Yuan immediately recognized the bald man, who was indeed his big senior brother. Their auras were almost identical. And also, Lin Yuan's gaze shifted, looking towards another location. There appeared a dwarf man, measuring only 1.50 meters. Don't get excited yet. The dwarf man immediately spoke. It's the goddess of wisdom who sent me here. Goddess of wisdom. Lin Yuan connected with the goddess of wisdom and after confirming, nodded slightly. Is it really the goddess of wisdom? The bald man was somewhat astonished. Just earlier, while he was protecting Lin Yuan, he had sensed the dwarf man's presence. The two nearly came to blows until the dwarf man confirmed that the bald man was not an enemy and voluntarily stated that he was commissioned by the goddess of wisdom to protect Lin Yuan. Upon hearing this, although the bald man was skeptical, he halted his intent to strike since he did not detect any malicious intent from the dwarf man. And during the time he had been protecting Lin Yuan, the dwarf man had not made a move. If the latter truly harbored a killing intent, he would not wait until after Lin Yuan's breakthrough to the 6th rank to show himself. Is Mr. Lin the peak master of the 13 peaks of the Red Kuan lineage? The dwarf man carefully observed Lin Yuan and spoke softly. It wasn't difficult to guess. The imminent breakthrough to the 6th rank by the peak master of the 13 peaks of the Red Kuan lineage was well known, and at this time, coinciding with Lin Yuan's breakthrough, it was easy to put 2 and 2 together. Moreover, Lin Yuan had a 7th rank powerhouse protecting him. Only someone with such a background could belong to the Red Kuan lineage. Thank you, Mr. of the Demon Mouse race, for your protection during this time. Lin Yuan, having learned the approximate details from the goddess of wisdom, immediately expressed his gratitude. There's no need for thanks. I was merely following orders. The dwarf man shook his head. I was curious about the identity of the 13 Peaks Master of Chikuan, but I never expected it to be the Mr. Lin I was protecting. The dwarf man looked astonished. He had a premonition that soon the whole Chikuan star domain, and even the surrounding star domains, would be continually shaken by the true identity of the 13 Peaks Master. Chapter 222 Identity Revealed. Please subscribe. Since Mr. Lin has already stepped into the 6th rank, I will take my leave. The dwarfish man bowed slightly towards Lin Yuan and disappeared on the spot. He had been commanded by the goddess of wisdom to protect Lin Yuan until he reached the 6th rank. Now that Lin Yuan had indeed reached the 6th rank, his mission was considered complete. And, considering that Lin Yuan and the bald, burly man, the two Marshall brothers, obviously had things to discuss, his staying would only make things awkward for himself. So he was a king from the demonic mouse race? The elder Marshall brother glanced at the departing dwarfish man and spoke softly. The demonic mouse race? A king. A thought flickered in Lin Yuan's heart. He knew about the demonic mouse race which had submitted to the human race 1,000,000 years ago and had long since been integrated. The fact that the goddess of wisdom had assigned this dwarfish man to protect him clearly showed her absolute trust in the man. In fact, these different species who had been integrated into human civilization for so long might be even more loyal to human civilization than some from the human race. Their relatives and tribe members all resided within the territory of human civilization. If they ever dared to betray, all of their kin would suffer the consequences. As for a king, that was a title for a 7th rank peak evolver. Contrary to the divisions of the 1st to 6th ranks into 12 segments each, 7th rank evolvers only had 3 stages. From weakest to strongest they were Duke, Marquis, and King. The King level in the 7th rank was already at the 7th rank peak, and even in the battlefields of different races, a king could dominate an area alone. Thank you, elder martial brother, for your protection during this time. Lin Yuan spoke earnestly. He had realized the moment he saw his elder martial brother how confident he had been when Lin Yuan had asked him how to guard against the Black Prison. It was why his elder martial brother had confidently told Lin Yuan to train on the Kanglan Star. We're martial brothers. Why the thanks? The elder martial brother waved his hand. Let's go. Little brother, take advantage of the fact that the news of your breakthrough to the 6th rank hasn't spread yet and come back with me to the Chikuan main star. The elder martial brother suddenly said, as if he had thought of something. The dwarfish man from the demonic mouse race knew Lin Yuan had reached the 6th rank. But he definitely wouldn't spread the word. Therefore, up to now, others were unaware of Lin Yuan's breakthrough to the 6th rank. Even the several 5th rank evolvers on the Kanglan Star couldn't sense the subtle fluctuation of a 5th rank breaking into the 6th rank. All right. Lin Yuan nodded, glanced at the Kanglan Star and said, You're wondering how to get to the Chikuan main star, right? The elder martial brother smiled subtly. If it were just me, I would take a leisurely trip back by spaceship. But with the little martial brother here, to avoid unnecessary complications, let's teleport directly back. The elder martial brother finished speaking, and suddenly, a 5-colored transparent crystal appeared before him. The crystal, shaped like a magic cube, faintly emitted slight space fluctuations. This magic cube, Lin Yuan felt that the magic cube closely resembled the giant magic cube in the 7-star cave world that represented surpassing the 6th rank evolutionary path. The two must share the same origin. This is called the crystal magic cube, given by our mentor. Once crushed, it will form a space passage, and the other side leads to the Chikuan main star. The elder martial brother said with a grin. Click. The elder martial brother grasped the crystal magic cube and gently squeezed. The crystal magic cube immediately crumbled into powder. Amid the countless powdered particles, the power of space began to gather. In front of the elder martial brother, a door of space formed. Go ahead, little martial brother. The elder martial brother closed his eyes and felt briefly. The space passage is very stable, strong enough for a 6th rank life to pass through. Elder martial brother. Lin Yuan looked down at the Kanglan Star. Are you worried about your family? The elder martial brother chuckled. Rest assured. Once you return to the main star, we will immediately announce your identity on the Chensi main star, and then Chensi main star will make the announcement externally. The moment Chensi main star receives the news, they will dispatch a specialized guard troop to Kanglan Star to protect the family of our little martial brother, said the elder martial brother, pausing for a moment before continuing. Actually, you needn't worry about your family's safety. Different species like to assassinate our human race's talented evolvers, but they are actually not that interested in the families of talented evolvers. The elder martial brother hinted. Not that interested? Lin Yuan was surprised. Let's say, hypothetically, the elder martial brother smiled and said, if your family were to be assassinated by a different species, would you be utterly devastated? No. Lin Yuan shook his head. I see. Lin Yuan realized. High-rank evolvers possessed power capable of destroying heavens and earth, and naturally, their mental state was almost at perfection. If the death of family members could cause a high-rank evolver's mental state to collapse, then all those years of cultivation would have been in vain. The death of family members would only incite deeper hatred against the different species in an evolver. Particularly for genius-level evolvers, the death of a relative might even act as a catalyst, helping them to break through faster. What about capturing family members as a threat? Throughout the long centuries of human civilization, no evolver had ever yielded to threats from different species. Therefore, unless under special circumstances, different species generally wouldn't target the families of human race geniuses, as it held no practical significance. Go ahead. Lin Yuan took one last look at the Kanglan Star beneath his feet and followed his elder martial brother into the space passage before him. Such chaotic space power. Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. Even with a space passage to shield him, he could still feel the wildly violent space power. This level of chaos and ferocity far surpassed what Lin Yuan had sensed in the Divine Arms world when he last entered that spatial rift. But now, all the turbulent and disordered space power was blocked by the space channel formed by the crystal magic cube. Space rules. Too miraculous. Chapter 223 Identity Revealed. Please subscribe. _2. Lin Yuan followed his eldest senior brother, step by step, walking inside the space tunnel. With each step he took, Lin Yuan vaguely sensed that he had traversed an immense distance, all crammed into just a few steps due to some form of compression within the space tunnel, compressing 10 light-years or even dozens of light-years into a matter of steps. Lin Yuan had done some research on space rules as well, and the giant cube within the Seven Stars Void World, representing a spatial evolutionary path beyond the 6th rank, had already been fully understood by Lin Yuan up to the 7th rank chapter. However, compared to the profound mysteries of the space rules he was encountering now, it was like comparing the light of a firefly to the bright moon. Quickly, after merely taking a few dozen steps, Lin Yuan had moved to the other side of the space tunnel. A planet appeared in the distance, hundreds to hundreds of times larger than Kanglin's star. That is the Chikuin main star. A smile appeared on his eldest senior brother's face. Not until this moment did his eldest senior brother feel that he and his junior brother were completely safe. Even if a high-rank evolver at the peak of the 8th layer came attacking now, they were so close to Chikuin main star that the Chikuin Star Lord could intervene instantly. So many powerful beings. Lin Yuan faintly sensed that on Chikuin main star, numerous high-rank evolver auras were lurking, and 6th-rank fallen star warriors were no longer rare on Chikuin main star. I have already stepped into the 6th rank. My soul has achieved perfect harmony and transformation, and merged with the martial Tao evolutionary path. Even someone as powerful as my teacher cannot see through which evolutionary path I have cultivated. Lin Yuan thought to himself. After becoming one of the 13 peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage, Lin Yuan had been reluctant to return to Chikuin main star. He was worried that his cultivation of the martial Tao evolutionary path would be seen through by other high-rank evolvers. You see, the potential revealed by the martial path evolutionary path had the prospects of advancing to the 8th layer evolutionary path. As the founder of this evolutionary path, Lin Yuan was, in a sense, an embryo of a great evolution scholar. This identity far surpassed being one of the 13 peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage because any evolution scholar represents the true foundation of human civilization. And an evolution scholar starts at the 8th layer, with a citizenship level that is unimaginably high, and their influence is much greater than that of a singular powerful evolver. Follow me. The eldest senior brother's mind slightly shifted, the space around subtly distorted. It isolated their appearances and auras. Whoosh! The eldest senior brother, with Lin Yuan, entered Chikuin main star. During this time, countless fluctuations transmitted as if confirming their identities and permissions. Quickly, the two soon arrived at the continent formed by more than a dozen mountains at the center of the planet. Lin Yuan looked around, and there were a total of 14 mountains, with the largest central peak belonging to the Chikuin Star Lord. The other 13 mountains were those of Lin Yuan and the other 12 peak masters. While walking, the eldest senior brother said, "Now the junior brother has come to the main star. Next, our Red Kuan lineage will update the information of the 13 peak masters. Junior brother is from Kanglin Star, and since Kanglin Star is a life planet in the Dawn Star system, the Red Kuan lineage will first announce it to the Dawn Star system, then spread it outwards from Chensi main star." Okay. Lin Yuan nodded. Having reached the 6th rank, he could fully withstand the identity of one of the Red Kuan lineage's 13 peak masters without facing an unworthy of position issue. Apart from the eldest senior brother, the 2nd and 3rd senior brothers, the rest of the senior brothers were also 6th rank. Back when the Chikuin Star Lord seized the body of a Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan, he only dared to return to the Human Civilization Alliance after painstakingly reaching the 7th rank. That's because the Chikuin Star Lord was not a genius in the conventional sense. The young Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan that he possessed easily attracted animosity. For example, the parents of the original Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan, or the special life group of the Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan. The Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan species is indeed rare, but there are some, and with strong bloodlines, the probability of birthing powerful beings is much higher. It was precisely because of this. Chikuan Star Lord hid until he reached the 7th rank before daring to show himself and return to human civilization. I wonder how Chensi will feel, knowing that his star system has birthed such a supreme genius as junior brother, said the eldest senior brother with a bit of emotion in his voice. As one of the 13 peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage, Lin Yuan truly held the power of life and death over a star domain. Coming from the Dawn star system, Lin Yuan was likely to develop some fondness for it. This fondness might not be substantial, but compared to completely unfamiliar star systems, he would definitely lean toward the Dawn star system. Under such conditions, as long as the Dawn star system didn't sabotage itself, it was equivalent to having a supporter in the Chikuan star domain, thereby increasing its influence. This was just the impact Lin Yuan made on the vast Dawn star system. But for Kanglan star, if Lin Yuan wished, Kanglan star could even advance to a higher-grade life planet. From a middle-grade life planet to a higher-grade life planet. This involves various aspects like the level of cosmic energy a planet can accommodate, the number of powerful beings, etc. Normally, higher-grade life planets are mostly innate. Few middle-grade life planets advance to higher-grade life planets, because the costs involved in such an upgrade are too great. But with the tacit support of Lin Yuan, the peak master of the 13 peaks, the ascent of Kanglan star to a higher-grade life planet is just a matter of time. Big senior brother, shall we go see the teacher now? Lin Yuan asked. See the teacher? The eldest senior brother shook his head. There's no need. When you entered Chikuan main star, the teacher already knew, seeing or not seeing doesn't matter, said the eldest senior brother, looking at Lin Yuan with a somewhat solemn expression. Junior brother, the most important thing for you now is not to see the teacher, nor is it to continue cultivating. Rather, it's to form an imprint of your life essence and then brand it into the universe. Chapter 224 Identity Revelation. Subscription Request. _3. The eldest senior brother said solemnly. A 6th rank evolver's life essence is strong enough to leave a mark in the universe. This kind of mark is also known as a life brand, and as long as the brand exists, even if Lin Yuan falls, the supreme beings of the human race can use this bit of life brand as an anchor point to reverse time for resurrection. As for those below the 6th rank, their life essence isn't strong enough. If they die, they truly die, and nobody can bring them back. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. Branding one's life brand into the universe is something all evolvers do as soon as they step into the 6th rank. It relates to whether one can be resurrected in the future, and even those 6th rank evolvers without the privilege of resurrection will do the same. Who knows, in some future era, their offspring might make great achievements and beseech a supreme being to resurrect them. Chensi main star. The Chikuan star domain has 8 major star systems, with over 1 million life planets. Among them, the Dawn star system is not the weakest of the 8 major star systems, but it's also not associated with the strongest, ranking around 5th or 6th all year round. Chensi main star within a certain department. This department is one of the core departments of Chensi main star, responsible for connecting with Chikuan main star, and constantly relaying the many orders sent from Chikuan main star. Who knows when Peak Master Shursan will step into the 6th rank, or what Peak Master Shursan's real identity is. Could it be from our Dawn star system? Within the department, a female employee chatted idly with a colleague. In the virtual world's arena area, Peak Master Shursan's last few battles, especially the way he shattered the Wanyang Holy Sun with 2 slaps, convinced many powerful beings in the outside world that Peak Master Shursan's soul had achieved 100% compatibility. Stepping into the 6th rank as a result is also a recent event. Once someone becomes a 6th rank, the importance of keeping Peak Master Shursan's identity secret vanishes, and it can be made public. And according to the style of Chikuan main star, from which star system Peak Master Shursan hails, that system's main star will be responsible for dissemination. If Peak Master Shursan is not from the 8 major star systems, then Chikuan main star will personally make it public. I think the possibility of Peak Master Shursan being from the Dawn star system is not big. In my Dawn star system, there are only over 100 high-grade life planets, while other powerful star systems have hundreds of high-grade life planets to start with. Geniuses like Peak Master Shursan are likely to be born on high-grade life planets. Another department employee spoke up. The many differences between high-grade life planets and middle and low-grade life planets include the probability of giving birth to geniuses. The former is much higher than the latter. High-grade life planets, accommodating higher quality cosmic energy. Living long-term under such quality of cosmic energy means that even a mediocre talent can match geniuses from middle-grade life planets. Any news from the other star systems? The third department employee asked. If Peak Master Shursan were from another star system, Chikuin Main Star would definitely inform that system, and the news would be publicized immediately. Not yet. I'm keeping an eye on it. The first woman who spoke up said. It's been so long. Peak Master Shursan should have made a breakthrough by now. Anything that should be made public would be, unless Peak Master Shursan really hails from outside the Chikuin star domain, and was picked up by a Star Lord during their travels in the universe? A department employee wondered. While they were chatting, beep 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 beep, the entire department suddenly lit up with a red light. A document has been received from Chikuin Main Star. Peak Master Shursan's true identity comes from the Dawn Star System. Chapter 225 Changes in the Door to the Myriad Realms. Seeking subscriptions. What? Peak Master Shursan really comes from our Dawn Star System? In the department, all members were dumbfounded, having indeed fantasized about this possibility. After all, if the Dawn Star System really was the home system of Peak Master Shursan, then the entire Dawn Star System would benefit from his presence in the future. Not to mention gaining any resource bias, at the very least, it wouldn't be treated as a place to exploit for resources. But everyone was clear that it was just a fantasy. Just like before the lottery results are announced. Nearly every citizen who has bought a ticket fantasizes about winning the jackpot. But in reality, there's only one winner. Those fantasies were nothing more than impractical, wishful thinking. However, now, someone was telling them that the fantasy had turned into reality? Peak Master Shursan. All hearts were pounding as they immediately began to review the real information file about Peak Master Shursan sent from the Chikuin Main Star. Peak Master Shursan, real name Lin Yuan, from Kanglan Star, the champion of the last Kanglan Star tournament, participated in the 7-star cave trials. Peak Master Shursan, born on a middle-grade life planet? A mere middle-grade life planet managed to produce a genius like Peak Master Shursan? It's incredible. The file says that Peak Master Shursan participated in the last tournament at only 4th rank, and now he's 6th rank? I understand now. Before the tournament, Peak Master Shursan must have been cultivating on his own, reaching 4th rank in such a backward environment on a middle-grade life planet, then entered the 7-star cave world, received guidance from a Star Lord, and his fortune soared. The numerous members of the department, looking at the information about Peak Master Shursan, were lost in wild thoughts. Chairman. Just then, one of the members looked up and noticed a burly man appearing. Chairman. Upon hearing this, the others immediately looked up, addressing the burly man with utmost respect. In the entire Chensi Main Star, no one could be called chairman, except the dominion holder of the Dawn Association. The Dawn Association was the most powerful force in the Dawn Star system, so much so that the entire system was named after it. Of course, no matter how powerful the Dawn Association was, it was still a subordinate to the Red Kuan lineage, and only the orders from the Red Kuan lineage were obeyed. Ha ha ha! Peak Master Shursan really comes from our Dawn Star system? The face of the chairman of the Dawn Association lit up with joy, showing none of the usual aloof demeanor of a chairman. Chairman, what should we do now? The department head couldn't help but speak up. In theory, apart from the big shots on the Chikuin Main Star, only they knew about the real identity of Peak Master Shursan. What to do? Let me think carefully. The chairman of the Dawn Association composed himself. He had been so excited that he had for a moment neglected how to handle this matter. Without a doubt, having Peak Master Shursan from the Dawn Star system was a tremendous opportunity. But no matter how great the opportunity, one must catch it properly. The Dawn Star system must seize this chance, especially to not let other forces get there first. This is what we'll do. I will personally go to the Chikuin Main Star and make an appearance before Peak Master Shursan to congratulate him on advancing to 6th rank. The chairman of the Dawn Association said. Since the real identity of Peak Master Shursan had been transmitted from the Chikuin Main Star, It meant that Peak Master Shursan was already on the Chikuan main star. Secondly, Peak Master Shursan should still have parents and a sister on Kanglan star. Once he knew the real identity of Peak Master Shursan, the chairman of the Dawn Association immediately connected to the virtual world and looked up Lin Yuan's basic information. Now, you take my guard troops and quickly go to Kanglan Star and protect the Peak Master's parents. The chairman of the Dawn Association looked at the manager. He wanted to cover all bases, as protecting the Peak Master's family certainly couldn't be wrong. Now, we can release the real identity of Peak Master Shursan. The chairman of the Dawn Association didn't dare delay, as upon receiving the documents transmitted by the Red Kuan lineage, Chensi Mainstar had to act with utmost speed. Naturally, as the spreader of the identity, the chairman of the Dawn Association was the first to know the information and could prepare in advance. The Dawn Star System, the Heiyu family's station planet. Being one of the top 5 forces in the Chikuan star domain, the Heiyu family had station planets in all 8 star systems. The station planets, which are entirely owned by the Heiyu family, also serve as the family's branch headquarters within that star system, overseeing all matters of the Heiyu family in the Dawn Star System. The Dawn Star System has 1,200,000 life planets, almost all of which have some trade and economic dealings with the Heiyu family. At this moment, the matter of Peak Master Shursan's real identity was transmitted here from Chensi Main Star. Within a garden, a man in a loose coat was leisurely lying there. 2 beautiful women were gently massaging him. The man in the loose coat, named Heiyu Qin, was Heiyu Ao's second uncle. It was through Heiyu Qin that Heiyu Ao had cut off all trade ties between the Heiyu family and Kanglan Star. Although far from the family's power core, at least I'm free, and not many can command me. Heiyu Qin was in a good mood. Not every member of the Heiyu family had ambitions to climb higher, and Heiyu Qin was quite satisfied with his status. While Heiyu Qin was enjoying himself, a deep voice suddenly echoed beside him. Heiyu Qin, come here. The voice, although devoid of any emotional fluctuations, obviously suppressed some anger and fear. Chapter 226 Changes in the Door to the Myriad Realms. Seeking subscriptions, _2. The clan elder is calling me? Heiyu Qin suddenly felt a shiver run through him. Come at once. Although he didn't know what the clan elder wanted with him, Heiyu Qin knew that he must not defy the elder. Quickly, Heiyu Qin appeared before the clan elder. Elder. Heiyu Qin bowed deeply, keeping his posture extremely low. Heiyu Qin, I have sent you a document. Take a good look at it. The clan elder took a deep breath. Then give me an explanation. Ah, okay. Upon hearing this, Heiyu Qin immediately began to receive the document the clan elder had sent. The Red Kuan lineage, the true identity of Shursan Peak Master, is in fact an evolver from the Dawn Star System, from Kanglan Star, named Lin Yuan. The more Heiyu Qin read, the more panicked he became. His heart trembled, his legs went weak, and he found himself unable to control his own body, collapsing onto the ground. Lin Yuan. Hadn't he been cut off from trading with Kanglan Star by his nephew Heiyu Ao? All because of this Lin Yuan? And now, this Lin Yuan's identity was Shursan Peak Master? Heiyu Qin felt the world spinning. Breathing became unbearably difficult. He was keenly aware of what his actions meant. He himself had initiated the trade cutoff and had spread the word that it was all because Lin Yuan was disrespectful. But now, Lin Yuan had become the Shursan Peak Master of the Red Kuan lineage, one of the high-ranking beings of the Chikuan star domain. One couldn't merely talk about himself. Even the Seicoming Divine Needle Heiyu Mo of the Heiyu family would have to treat Lin Yuan with utmost respect. And he had tried to suppress Lin Yuan? Heiyu Ao, you have doomed me. You have put me beyond redemption? Heiyu Qin crawled to the elder's feet, clutching his thighs. Elder, none of this has anything to do with me. It was all Heiyu Ao. It was all his doing. I have no grievances against that Lin, against the Honorable Shursan Peak Master. It was all Heiyu Ao's orders. Heiyu Qin wept bitterly. He understood that he was finished, regardless of whether he wanted to do it or was ordered by someone else. As the person directly involved in suppressing the Shursan Peak Master, he was bound to meet no good end. Yet, even in death there were differences. The Heiyu family had ways to make the guilty wish for death. Heiyu Ao? The clan elder closed his eyes. I will speak to the family about this. As for you, the clan elder looked at the sobbing Heiyu Chin. In an instant, a guard approached and subdued Heiyu Chin. Only after Heiyu Chin had been taken away did the elder turn around to face the others behind him. They were all high-ranking members of the Heiyu family stationed in the Dawnstar system, each of them looking grave. Before Heiyu Chin arrived, they had already gathered and almost fully grasped the situation. Gentlemen, the time concerning the life and death, the survival of our Heiyu family, has come, the clan elder said somberly. Life and death. The rest trembled slightly at the thought. Indeed, it was a matter of life and death. The Heiyu family had grievously offended the Shursan Peak Master. As one of the Chikuin Star Domain's 5 grand powers, deeply rooted with far-reaching influence, the Heiyu family wouldn't face immediate issues even after offending the Shursan Peak Master. But given enough time, it would undoubtedly weaken rapidly and might completely perish after hundreds or thousands of years. Therefore, the situation the Heiyu family was facing could indeed be considered life and death. If we'd known earlier, we should never have given Heiyu Chin the power. To cut off all trade with a life planet might not be a major issue, but it is not a trivial matter either. If it had been reviewed by us, perhaps such an incident wouldn't have occurred. It's only a possibility. Heiyu Ao is a direct descendant of our family. If he had come to us asking to cut off trade with Kanglan Star, would you have disagreed? The mistake lies in the fact that a middle-grade life planet like Kanglan Star could give birth to a great person like the Shursan Peak Master, and Heiyu Ao just happened to run into the Shursan Peak Master. Since it has already happened, discussing this is pointless. What's critical now is how to resolve the animosity the Shursan Peak Master has towards our Heiyu family. Heiyu Chin will certainly have to be handed over, but the main culprit is Heiyu Ao and Heiyu Ao. The people in the room discussed fervently. They had the power to decide Heiyu Chin's fate, but as for Heiyu Ao, after all, he was the son of Heiyu Mo. How to deal with Heiyu Ao had to be in consultation with Heiyu Mo's wishes. I will go and speak on this matter. It concerns the family heritage. No matter who it is, those who must be sacrificed will have to be, as long as it can recover the favor of the Shursan Peak Master. As long as it can eliminate the Shursan Peak Master's animosity towards our family, no price is too great. The clan elder stood up, looked at everyone, and declared firmly. Chikuin Main Star, official member cultivation site. Fong Qing was sitting cross-legged, imagining the likeness of an ancient god in his mind. The evolution path of the ancient gods is simple in practice yet difficult in theory. That was to meditate on the ancient god corresponding to one's own evolutionary path and to imitate that entity as much as possible. The reason this was difficult was that even a minor mistake could lead to retaliation and possible death on the spot. Huff! Fong Qing finished his cultivation, a look of relief washing over his face. Just at that moment, Fong boy, quickly look at the document. Go look at the document. A roaring voice came through, unmistakably from the white-bearded old man. What's the rush? What could possibly be so important? Fong Qing's brow furrowed slightly, feeling that his mentor was prone to overreacting, as if he had never seen the world before. Are you going to look or not? The white-bearded old man's tone rose a few notches. Fine, I'll look, but I certainly won't be like you. Fong Qing immediately skimmed through the document, muttering to himself as he read. Until, the true identity of Shursan Peak Master is an evolver from Kanglan Star in the Dawnstar system named Lin Yuan. What the fuck? Fong Qing was astounded. Big Brother Lin is Shursan Peak Master? Fong Qing felt bewildered, rereading the document several times to confirm that the Lin Yuan mentioned was indeed the Big Brother Lin he knew, and not somebody with the same name. His mind turned to mush. It took a moment for him to somewhat snap back to his senses. This. Fong Qing's eyes widened, and though he was alerted by the white-bearded old man that Lin Yuan must have some sort of ace up his sleeve, otherwise, he wouldn't foolishly refuse Heiyu Ao's recruitment. But this ace, was it not too big? The 13th Peak Master of the Red Kuan lineage? Was this his fucking trump card? So that's how it is. I was wondering why, with your big brother Lin's talent, it would be impossible for him to pass the 7-star cave trial. Even a waste like you passed, it made no sense. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. The white-bearded old man's voice, filled with sudden understanding, kept ringing in Fong Qing's ears. Fong Qing's mouth twitched. He had some objections to the old man's constant calling him a waste, especially in comparison to big brother Lin, so he immediately dared not say much more. Shursan Peak Master. Fong Qing couldn't help but look up, staring off at the 14 peaks standing tall in the center of the main star. Inside the palace, Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged. Life essence. Imprint. Merging into the universe? Lin Yuan pondered carefully while feeling everything within his body. After stepping into the 6th rank, his physical soul underwent significant metamorphosis. Lin Yuan faintly sensed a deeper layer of space within the cosmic starry sky. Whether it was real or an illusion was unknown, but Lin Yuan felt that it was a place unreachable by mere flesh and blood. According to the Red Kuan lineage's description of that space, it should be the origin source space of this cosmic starry sky. It's the most central place of the universe, where only ethereal entities like life imprints are able to merge. As for life, even the most powerful beings could not enter the origin source space. Life essence. Lin Yuan slowly circulated the power within his body, resonating faintly with that layer of space. I can feel it. It should be about to merge soon. Lin Yuan's spirit shuddered. Merging the life imprint did not require much skill. Otherwise, it wouldn't be achievable by a 6th rank evolver. Upon sensing the space where the life imprint rested, the final merge was imminent. As the life imprint continued to merge, Lin Yuan felt more at ease, able to spare a bit of consciousness to attend to other matters. The door to the myriad realms. A thread of Lin Yuan's consciousness reached the depths of his mind. This was his first visit here since advancing to the 6th rank. What's this? No sooner had Lin Yuan's consciousness reached this place than he noticed changes to the door to the myriad realms. Compared to before his breakthrough into the 6th rank, the door had become more majestic, solemn, and insurmountable. Not only did it no longer appear ethereal, but it also seemed more like a physical object. Since Lin Yuan became aware of the door to the myriad realms, this colossal gate had always been ethereal. Even when the outer regions were illuminated, you could still discern its ephemeral nature. But now, the door to the myriad realms actually gave Lin Yuan a tangible sensation. Furthermore, as Lin Yuan gazed at the door to the myriad realms, a vast amount of information flooded into Lin Yuan's soul from the door. Chapter 227 Despair of Heiyueo. These pieces of information. Lin Yuan rubbed his temples and even halted the act of integrating his life imprint into the universe. The information he received was obviously vast and exceedingly important. So, the door to the myriad realms in the depths of my mind is merely a projection of the true door to the myriad realms. Lin Yuan's thoughts converged silently. The real door to the myriad realms was not something that a frail and insignificant life like Lin Yuan could sustain, even if the former had acknowledged him as its master. The disparity in levels between them was too great for them to coexist in the same space. With Lin Yuan's strength before stepping into the 6th rank, bearing a projection of the door to the myriad realms was already his limit. Even now, as Lin Yuan had evolved to a 6th rank evolver, and his life essence had undergone transformation, making him capable of leaving a brand in the main world, he still could not sustain the real door to the myriad realms. Of course, stepping into the 6th rank wasn't without its changes. The current Lin Yuan could carry a projection of the door to the myriad realms, and its inherent essence had elevated much. This point could be explained by the additional information about the door to the myriad realms that Lin Yuan acquired. World-breaking origin force? Lin Yuan's expression grew somewhat solemn. According to the information just received from the projection of the door to the myriad realms, he knew that the world-breaking origin force was one of the core energy sources of the door to the myriad realms. Every 333 days, the projection of the door to the myriad realms could accumulate a strand of world-breaking origin force from the void. The specific manifestation was the lighting up of the peripheral area of the door to the myriad realms. Simply put, A strand of world-breaking origin force could allow Lin Yuan to travel once. The uses of world-breaking origin force were numerous. 10 strands of world-breaking origin force could enable Lin Yuan to return once more to any world he had previously traversed. This seemed rather good, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Although, thus far, the 4 traversals he conducted all ended with Lin Yuan emerging invincible. As the number of traversals increased and the levels of the worlds he visited were raised, under the restriction of the door to the myriad realms that limited the duration of stay, Lin Yuan couldn't guarantee that he would be able to conquer every traversed world. If there were any important treasures or things in the worlds that he hadn't fully enjoyed, he could use this method to return to those realms and continue to enjoy them. But that depended on the treasures or opportunities being sufficiently important, as 10 strands of world-breaking origin force were enough for Lin Yuan to traverse 10 times. 50 strands of world-breaking origin force can allow for physical traversal. Lin Yuan had long known that the door to the myriad realms was not limited to consciousness descent but also allowed for physical traversal. Though this method of traversal could establish a massive advantage early on, without the need for gradual cultivation, the risks were also greater. If one were to perish in a traversed world, it would probably mean true death, which is far less forgiving than the opportunity for a do-over that consciousness descent offered. 100 strands of world-breaking origin force would allow me to choose the worlds for traversal, according to my desires. Meaning, Lin Yuan could control the type and direction of the worlds he traversed based on his own needs. Such a utility was quite satisfying to Lin Yuan. All the traversals conducted by the door to the myriad realms thus far had been random. Such traversals were not harmful in the early stages, but as Lin Yuan's strength and realm continued to rise, some of the worlds he traversed wouldn't provide much aid. At this time, the effect of customized traversal showed its value. Lin Yuan could tailor a world that fit his cultivation system and could bring him immense aid. 100 strands of world-breaking origin force too expensive. Given the door to the myriad realms projections rate of accumulating 1 strand of world-breaking origin force every 333 days, 100 strands would likely take 90 years. 1,000 strands of world-breaking origin force can bring back an item from any of the traversed worlds. Lin Yuan sighed. If 100 strands of world-breaking origin force already required waiting for over 90 years, wouldn't 1,000 strands necessitate nearly a millennium? Such use of world-breaking origin force wouldn't be considered by Lin Yuan unless it was for some special origin source treasure of a world. 10,000 strands of world-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan had not seen the specific effects of 10,000 strands of world-breaking origin force, but according to the current information received, there should be use for such an amount. The current door to the myriad realms projection, the accumulated world-breaking origin force? Lin Yuan sensed it and found that the current amount of world-breaking origin force was just over 1 strand. The accumulation of world-breaking origin force should be based on the standard of the main world. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and continued to start integrating a bit of his life brand into the universe. Kanglan Star. Governor Song Wuyang stretched languidly. Governor, all matters have been dealt with, and what follows is your personal rest time. Came the voice of his AI assistant. Personal rest time? Song Wuyang's face showed a smile. Suddenly, at that moment, the voice of the AI assistant came through once again. Governor, Nolan Chensi requests to speak with you. Nolan Chensi? Song Wuyang suddenly tensed up. The surname Chensi came from the strongest force in the Dawn Star system, the Dawn Association. And Nolan Chensi was the vice chairman of the Dawn Association, a major figure in the Dawn Star system, second only to the chairman. Agree to the call. Song Wuyang took a deep breath to stabilize his emotions, and immediately gave the command. He was somewhat anxious, unsure why such a high-ranking individual was personally reaching out to him. Now that Kanglan Star had just recovered from the pressure exerted by the Heiyu family, he hoped there wouldn't be any unexpected incident. The holographic screen before him showed the image of Nolan Chensi. I've seen Nolan, sir. Chapter 228, The Despair of Heiyu-AO_2. Song Wuyang's tone was somewhat constrained. What great man, not great man. Nolan Chensi seemed very amiable, completely lacking the imposing aura and unapproachability that Song Wuyang remembered. The Kanglan Star you govern is truly remarkable, having given birth to such a great evolver. Nolan Chensi said with a smile. What? Song Wuyong blinked. He understood every word that Nolan Chensi said, but when put together, Song Wuyong didn't know what to make of it. What does truly remarkable mean? Nolan Chensi, as the vice president of the Dawn Association, wouldn't even spare high-grade life planets a glance, let alone Kanglan Star. And yet, now, this big shot from the Dawn Star system was voluntarily praising Kanglan Star? Also, a great evolver was born? Song Wuyong still hadn't comprehended. He was well aware of the number of evolvers on Kanglan Star and their specific circumstances. There certainly wasn't any great evolver as referred to by the esteemed Nolan Chensi. Lord Nolan, I'm not sure what you mean, Song Wuyong asked cautiously. I forgot this matter hasn't reached Kanglan Star yet. Nolan Chensi's smile did not diminish as his gaze turned even more affable. You should know about Peak Master Shursan, right? Peak Master Shursan? Song Wuyong was stunned. Of course, he knew of Peak Master Shursan. He was the pride of the Chikuan star domain, who not long ago had challenged the genius evolvers of the various star domains. Even the undefeated Holy Sun from the Wanyang star domain had been forced to bow his head in defeat at the hands of Peak Master Shursan. Song Wuyong not only knew of Peak Master Shursan but had also watched every one of his challenges, almost becoming a fan. But what did Peak Master Shursan have to do with him? If the Dawn Star system could dare to fantasize, then maybe Peak Master Shursan came from their star system. But as for Song Wuyong, he didn't even dare to fantasize about it because the probability was too low, nearly impossible. With over 1 million life planets in the Chikuan star domain, including high-grade life planets and various main stars and so on, why on earth would the great Peak Master Shursan come from a backward and remote planet like Kanglan Star? It was completely unscientific. Lord Nolan, this Peak Master Shursan? Song Wuyong asked, puzzled. That's right. Nolan Chensi nodded. The true identity of the great Peak Master Shursan is indeed an evolver named Lin Yuan from your Kanglan Star. Also, Peak Master Shursan has participated in a tournament and even won the championship, you should remember. Nolan Chensi's tone remained kind as he spoke. The true identity of Peak Master Shursan is Lin Yuan. Song Wuyong was dumbfounded, almost unable to comprehend at the moment. Almost immediately after, Song Wuyong's eyes widened in shock, hardly able to keep his composure. Peak Master Shursan was Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan was Peak Master Shursan? Song Wuyong felt dizzy, as if knocked over by a huge surprise. No, that wasn't right. This was more than just a surprise. The true identity of Peak Master Shursan will be announced by the Chensi main star, and soon your Kanglan Star will also be informed. I told you in advance as a preparation, Nolan Chensi said. Moreover, soon the guard troops of our president will come over to protect the family of Peak Master Shursan. By then, you should know what to do. Nolan Chensi reminded him. Rest assured, Lord Nolan, before the president's guard troops arrive, Kanglan Star's defense system will be completely sealed off, barring any forces from entering, Song Wuyong said immediately after taking a deep breath. Then he'll leave it to the governor, Nolan Chensi said with a nod, his face showing satisfaction. Although he thought that no one would reach Peak Master Shursan's parents faster than his Dawn Association. But it's better to be safe than sorry. Having extra precautions was never a bad thing. You may go now to make the arrangements, remember? The most important task for Kanglan Star at the moment is to protect the family of Peak Master Shursan until the president's guard troops arrive. Having said this, Nolan Chensi then disconnected the call. Thump. Song Wuyong fell to the ground with a thud. Lord Lin Yuan. Lord Peak Master Shursan. Song Wuyong's mind was whirring. He immediately thought of the time when Lin Yuan was oppressed by public opinion on Kanglan Star due to the Heiyu family's repression. Draw up the list. From the moment the Heiyu family severed trade with Kanglan Star, every citizen on the network who has verbally insulted and blamed Mr. Lin Yuan, regardless of their status, will be added to the list. Song Wuyong immediately began to make arrangements. He couldn't allow Master Shursan to even conceive the idea of suffering the slightest grievance on Kanglan Star. Heiyu was full of vigor, having the business map provided by the family's think tank. He just needed to follow it step by step. Mr. AO. The training is proceeding normally, and the increase in strength of all evolvers is in line with expectations. The elder in the black suit, Bei Zhao, reported the results respectfully. I see. Heiyuao was pleased in spirit. If the plan went smoothly, in the next championship tournament, those evolvers cultivated by Heiyuao would shine brilliantly. The evolvers practicing divination are terrifying, able to grasp any minute information and thus make the most beneficial decisions for themselves. Heiyuao felt a touch of emotion. If it weren't for the list provided by the family's think tank, how could Heiyuao, have known about the tremendous potential for improvement in these evolvers? That a little training could greatly boost their strength? Just then, "My father is looking for me?" Heiyuao tensed up. He received a video call from his father. This left Heiyuao somewhat at a loss. Heiyuao's father, the Seicoming divine needle of the Heiyu family, the 7th rank evolver Heiyumo. As the youngest son of Heiyumo, Heiyuao had met his father fewer times than he could count on both hands, let alone receiving a personal video call from him. Could it be that father has discovered my achievements outside? Heiyuao speculated in his heart and quickly accepted his father's call. On the virtual screen before him, Heiyumo's image soon appeared. Heiyumo was tall and emitted a certain dark and chilly aura. Heiyuao. Heiyumo spoke in a cold tone. "I've sent someone to fetch you. Don't resist when they arrive." After saying this, Heiyumo ended the call. Heiyuao was confused. His father, the Seicoming divine needle of the Heiyu family, had video called him personally just to tell him this? Fetching me back to the family? Heiyuao fell silent. He had dreamed of returning to the family. But the words of his father, Heiyumo, made him uneasy. What has happened? Heiyuao furrowed his brow in deep thought. Mr. Ao. At that moment, the elder in the black suit, Bei Zhao, suddenly walked in. Chensi Mainstar has announced the identity of Master Shursan. Oh! Heiyuao's spirit was immediately uplifted, and he quickly connected to the virtual world to receive the relevant files. The real identity of Master Shursan is Lin Yuan from Kanglan Star. Heiyuao was stunned. He disconnected from the virtual world, shook his head to fully wake himself up, and then re-entered the virtual world. Yet, the file regarding Master Shursan's true identity still identified him as Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan of Kanglan Star. How can this be? Heiyuao was in disbelief. The great Master Shursan. Why would he come from a backward middle-grade life planet? The fact that Master Shursan was from Kanglan Star, though shocking, was manageable. What Heiyuao found unbelievable was that the evolver he had targeted at random could actually be Master Shursan. Why? Why am I so unlucky? The files came from the official source of Chensi Mainstar, leaving no doubt as to their authenticity. Combined with the attitude of his father, Heiyumo, just moments ago, Heiyuao realized the magnitude of his offense. It's over. Heiyuao's face turned ashen. He was well aware of the consequences of offending Master Shursan. Even if Master Shursan didn't pursue the matter, his father, Heiyumo, with his character, would never let it go. As Heiyuao trembled with fear, a figure in a black overcoat appeared silently. Standing behind Heiyuao, the figure spoke in an icy tone. Mr. Ao, please come with me. Chapter 229 Update Martial Path Evolutionary Path. The Heiyu family. Heiyumo sat on the throne in the Grand Hall. His gaze was deep as he looked towards the cosmic starry sky. At his ears, a highly secretive fluctuation resounded. Heiyumo, you have infiltrated human civilization for hundreds of thousands of years. All along you have done very well, but today you need to do one last thing. Kill Shursan, the Peak Master. That Shursan Peak Master, who has just stepped into the 6th rank and is the tribe's great diviner, has confirmed that his life mark is not yet fully integrated into the universe. At this time, if you kill him, he will die completely with no possibility of resurrection. If it were anyone else, even an 8th layer powerhouse, it wouldn't be possible to break into Chikuin Mainstar and kill that Shursan Peak Master. But you, Heiyumo, are different. You are under the command of Chikuin Star Lord, and you have the right to enter Chikuin Main Star. Secondly, your youngest son once suppressed Shursan Peak Master. If you take your youngest son to Chikuin Main Star to offer an apology, you will have a chance to meet Shursan Peak Master. At that time, make your move. After calculations by the tribe's great diviner, you have a 10% chance of killing Shursan Peak Master. A series of extremely subtle vibrations entered Heyu Mo's ears, transforming into information he could understand. Kill Shursan Peak Master. Heyu Mo remained silent. He knew very well that the chances of killing Shursan Peak Master under the watchful eyes of Chikuin Star Lord were exceedingly slim. And no matter whether he succeeded in killing him or not, he, Heyu Mo, and the entire Heyu family would be doomed. Heyu Mo, the talent and potential shown by Shursan Peak Master suggests that he may become a 7th-rank monarch, or even ascend to 8th layer. For hundreds of thousands of years, you have been stuck at 7th-rank marquee level. If you can kill Shursan Peak Master, it will all be worth it. As for the Heyu family you run, considering your youngest son's oppression of Shursan Peak Master, the downfall of the Heyu family is only a matter of time. The subtle vibration continued. I am not sure that I can kill Shursan Peak Master within the perceptual range of the Star Lord. Heyu Mo replied. The subtle vibration stated he had a 10% chance of killing Shursan Peak Master. But Heyu Mo felt that a 10% chance was too high. Based on his understanding of the Star Lord, as long as it was on the main star, he could appear instantaneously at any location. Regarding this, the tribe's great diviner is prepared. This secret technique can grant you 8th layer strength in an instant. As long as Chikuin Star Lord is not constantly on guard against you, there is a chance of killing Shursan Peak Master. A subtle vibration transmitted a secret technique. Secret technique? Heyu Mo glanced at it. This secret technique required him to burn everything of himself. Physical soul, lifespan, and potential to gain a temporary surge in strength. Using this secret technique, he indeed had a chance to kill Shursan Peak Master, but he would not survive afterwards. After the event, he would die from the backlash of the secret technique without the need for any action from the Red Kuan lineage. Heyu Mo remained silent. Heyu Mo, as long as you do as I told, whether successful or not, your tribe, your people, will be granted 10 constellations as their home. My insect race will dispatch massive resources and treasures to cultivate your people and tribe. The subtle vibration continued. I understand. Heyu Mo replied softly. Shortly after, Heyu was brought into the palace. Father. Heyu limbs were trembling, and his lips quivered as he looked at Heyu Mo seated on the throne. Heyu Mo's expression was calm as he looked down at his youngest son. The act of Heyu suppressing Lin Yuan was criticized by many in the Heyu family, but to other species, it was seen as an opportunity. It was because of Heyu rashness that Heyu Mo had the opportunity to take Heyu to meet Shursan Peak Master. Without this incident, Heyu Mo would have no pretext to meet Shursan Peak Master. Forcing a meeting without reason could have likely alerted the divination class evolvers on Chikuin Main Star to something unusual. Everything in the universe follows its natural laws. Under normal circumstances, Heyu Mo would not need to urgently meet Shursan Peak Master. If he insisted on doing so, it would be abnormal and prompt the divination class evolvers to delve deeper. But with Heyu it was different. My son once oppressed you, and now we have come here to offer apologies. This would seem reasonable and normal. No one could find fault with it. My tribe. Although Heyu Mo appeared calm on the surface, his mind was intensely conflicted. He came from a weak tribe deep within the star space. The war between human civilization and the insect race affected the tribe where Heyu Mo originated. Under unavoidable circumstances, Heyu Mo had no choice but to follow his tribe and ally with the insect race. Because of his decent evolutionary talent and potential, the insect race arranged for him to enter the territory of human civilization. It is fairly common for members of weak tribes like Heyu Mo's to occasionally drift into human civilization territory and settle down there. Human civilization did not take too many precautions against such beings, enabling Heyu Mo to join Chikuin Star Lord and establish the formidable Heyu family. Of course, due to Heyu Mo's foreign origin, it was impossible for him to become a high-ranking member of human civilization. Establishing the Heiyu family was already the limit. Father, mother. Heiyu Mo's thoughts drifted as if he had returned to hundreds of thousands of years ago when he was still a child, running across the plains with his parents. Life was so carefree back then. If not for the war between humans and the insect race, he would probably be very happy now, staying by his parents' side, not needing to think or do anything. Chapter 230 Update Martial Path Evolutionary Path _2. Father's shoulders were wide, sturdy enough to bear the livelihood of their entire family. After so many years, father and mother have long been dead. Heiyu Mo's thoughts returned to reality. Though his father and mother had passed, the other clan members, whose names Heiyu Mo could no longer recall, were still his kin. In Heiyu Mo's heart, these members of the Heiyu family were nothing more than tools to disguise his true identity. Ever since he had infiltrated human civilization, Heiyu Mo had not let his guard down for a moment. Father, mother, I will come to see you soon. Heiyu Mo stood up and walked over to the trembling Heiyu Ao, helped him up and said, Come, let's go apologize to the 13th Peak Master, Chikuin Main Star, in the square of the central continent. Heiyu Mo, accompanied by Heiyu Ao, sought an audience with the 13th Peak Master. Brother Heiyu Mo, your youngest son. The steward of the Red Kuan lineage looked at Heiyu Mo with a trace of pity on his face. Since the identity of the 13th Peak Master was made public, every bit of information about Lin Yuan had been unearthed. Among them was the issue of Heiyu Ao suppressing the 13th Peak Master. In others' eyes, Heiyu Mo was just terribly unlucky, having had a good standing in the family, only to offend the 13th Peak Master because of his youngest son. How unfair was that? In fact, Heiyu Ao was unlucky too. For someone of his direct lineage in a prominent clan, using his power to suppress an evolver without any background was not unusual. The Human Civilization Alliance, governed by 3 goddesses from on high, rarely saw violations of the law. Yet suppression was unavoidable. Take for example, this company is mine, and if I don't like you, I can let the company fire you. Under the oversight of the 3 goddesses, at most the full penalty would be paid, and they wouldn't insist on employing a particular person. Give a message to the 13th Peak Master. Just tell him that I, Heiyu Mo, have a valuable treasure to offer. Heiyu Mo said softly to the steward. This was also to pique the 13th Peak Master's curiosity, to entice him into showing up for a meeting. Heiyu Mo, as a 7th rank evolver, might be referring to a treasure of king-level ranking at the 7th rank. Such treasures, even valued by the Great Peak Master, the 2nd and the 3rd, would be taken seriously. Lin Yuan, having just become the 13th Peak Master, might have risen in status but certainly didn't possess many treasures. Understood. The steward of the Red Kuan lineage nodded. He saw nothing strange in this. Moreover, coming over to seek forgiveness, one should not come empty-handed, right? After watching the steward leave, Heiyu Mo composed himself. All he could do now was wait. Wait for the 13th Peak Master to summon him so he could activate that secret technique and strangle this human genius within the 6th rank, in exchange for a better living environment and resources for his race. Inside the palace on the peak, Lin Yuan received the news that Heiyu Mo was bringing Heiyu Ao to seek forgiveness. But Lin Yuan had no intention of meeting them. Before his life imprint merged into the cosmos, Lin Yuan could hardly settle down to cultivate, let alone meet people. And his eldest senior brother had made it very clear. For Lin Yuan, the most important thing now was to integrate his life imprint into the cosmos. As for everything else, even meeting his teacher, the Chikuin Star Lord, could be postponed, let alone Heiyu Mo. It's almost time. Lin Yuan breathed out lightly, his eyes shining. Integrating the life imprint, though not difficult and something any 6th rank evolver could achieve, was a process that required patience and could not be rushed. Kanglan Star, Continental Manor. Xiaoyuan's seclusion is lasting quite long this time. Lu Qiong's face showed a hint of worry. Isn't that normal? Lin Shouqing had grown accustomed. After all, my son is Kanglan Star's once-in-10 millennia genius. What's a few months of seclusion? I've heard those higher-rank evolvers, Every time they seclude themselves, it could be for dozens or even hundreds of years. Lin Shouqing said, "Right, daughter?" Lin Shouqing glanced at Lin Yi not far away. At the moment, Lin Yi was watching the 13th Peak Master's combat videos over and over. "Yes, yes, yes," Lin Yi responded nonchalantly. Just then, the smart housekeeper mentioned that someone had come to visit. "Governor Song has come over?" Lu Qiong immediately stood up, ready to greet the visitor personally. Because of Lin Yuan's championship in the arena competition, Song Wuyang often came over to pay his respects. So, Song Wuyang's visit did not attract much attention from the family. Very soon, Song Wuyang walked in. "Governor Song, Xiaoyuan is currently in closed meditation and can't come out for the time being. I'm sorry." Lu Qiong's face was full of apologies. She naturally knew that Song Wuyang's visit could only mean he was looking for Lin Yuan. As for them, they didn't have the status to warrant a personal visit from Governor Song. "I'll notify Xiaoyuan right away." Lin Shouqing got up, intending to send a message to Lin Yuan. Of course, such a notification was like leaving a voicemail, which Lin Yuan would only see when he was done with his affairs. "No need, no need." Song Wuyang hurriedly waved his hand. "Mr. Lin must be busy over at Chikuan Main Star. I just came over to have a look. I wouldn't dare disturb him." Upon hearing this, Lu Qiong and Lin Shouqing looked slightly stunned. What did Song Wuyang just say? "Xiaoyuan is on Chikuan Main Star." "Governor Song, you must be mistaken. My brother was still in meditation in the main building a few days ago." Lin Yi, noticing the error in Song Wuyang's words, couldn't help but interject. "Little Yi." Lu Qiong glared at Lin Yi. Even if Song Wuyang was mistaken, it wasn't appropriate to point it out directly. That was too impolite. "Ha ha ha. Don't worry about it, Governor Song. Little Yi is just like that. But still, you must pay attention to rest amidst your busy schedule." Lin Shouqing seized the opportunity to say, "Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lu, and Miss Lin." Song Wuyang's expression became solemn. "I'm not mistaken, Mr. Lin should indeed be on Chikuan Main Star." Song Wuyang paused for a moment, then continued, "Also, there is some great news I need to share. Your son, Mr. Lin Yuan, is the 13th Peak Master of the Red Kuan lineage," Song Wuyang declared. As soon as these words came out, Lin Shouqing, Lu Qiong, and Lin Yi looked at Song Wuyang. "It seems like Governor Song has indeed been overworking himself." Lin Shouqing stepped forward to smooth things over. "However, Governor, such a joke about the 13th Peak Master isn't appropriate, that's..." Lin Shouqing hinted delicately. With his status, he naturally had no place to correct a planetary governor. But this matter could be big or small, and could even involve his own family, so Lin Shouqing summoned the courage to speak. "Ha ha ha ha." Song Wuyang saw their reactions and showed no sign of surprise. When he first learned that the 13th Peak Master's true identity was Lin Yuan, he was no less shocked. "Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lu, and Miss Lin, I, Song Wuyang, am quite lucid. Your son is the 13th Peak Master. Soon, a guard unit from Chensi Main Star will come to protect you," Song Wuyang said earnestly. "Ah!" Lu Qiong and Lin Shouqing looked at each other in bewilderment. It was at this moment that they faintly realized that Song Wuyang was not joking. "Impossible. My brother is just at 4th rank, while the 13th Peak Master is at 6th rank." Lin Yi couldn't help but say, "That's because the 13th Peak Master's talent and aptitude are too terrifying. If he revealed his true identity, those different species would surely keep attempting assassinations continuously," Song Wuyang said without hesitation. He then directly shared the identity confirmation document from Chensi Main Star with them. Lu Qiong and Lin Shouqing were flabbergasted. After seeing the unique seal of Chensi Main Star on the document, they took a while to come to their senses. "Then I'll take my leave now. If there is anything, you can contact me at any time." Seeing the situation, Song Wuyang immediately got up to leave. He had come specifically to inform Lu Qiong and Lin Shouqing of this matter, in order to gain their favor. Now that he had achieved his goal, and Lu Qiong and the Lin family probably had a lot to discuss, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to remain. On Chikuan Main Star, at the palace atop the 13th peak, finally, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his face. Ever since he arrived at Chikuan Main Star, he hadn't rested at all, constantly integrating his life force brand into the universe. At last, he had completed it. Right before stepping into 6th rank, the martial path evolutionary path had already been nearly perfected. A thought suddenly struck Lin Yuan. The perfected martial path evolutionary path was no longer limited to Taiyin Taiyang Taiji. It could include all sorts of world energy rules into the martial arts system and cultivate according to the martial Tao cultivation system. Let's upload it, Lin Yuan thought to himself. After advancing into 6th rank, he had always been busy. Only the changes in the door to the myriad realms had distracted him for a while. Now, finally having some time, he was ready to upload the martial path evolutionary path. The perfected martial path evolutionary path significantly reduced the threshold for cultivation. Lin Yuan was somewhat eager to see what the 3 goddesses would think of it. Chapter 231 Star Domain Rankings. Please subscribe. Martial Path Evolutionary Path. Lin Yuan's thoughts diverged, his expression showing brief contemplation. After its refinement, the martial path evolutionary path saw a significant enhancement in potential. Apart from the Tao of Taiji formed by Taiyin and Taiyang, evolvers could choose their own preferred paths and then combine them with others to form many branches. Furthermore, the lower limit of the martial path evolutionary path, or more accurately, the training threshold, had also been reduced significantly. Simply put, it is more adaptable, and the evolvers practicing martial Tao have greater hopes of advancing to the 3rd rank, 4th rank, and 5th rank. Spreading the evolutionary path related to oneself, the more lives that practice it, the more it enhances certain foundations, aiding the ultimate leap in the future. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The related to oneself here could be like the ancient gods' evolutionary path, imitating everything about the ancient gods. It could also be like Lin Yuan, who established a certain evolutionary path and then spread it. Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan actively connected to the Goddess of Wisdom. Respected level 5 Citizen Lin Yuan. The Goddess of Wisdom is pleased to serve you. The solemn and chilly voice of the Goddess of Wisdom came through. I need to update the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan spoke. Lin Yuan had not yet created the 6th rank chapter of the martial path evolutionary path, so it was somewhat inaccurate to say he was uploading. It was merely a refinement of the previously existing 2nd layer chapter, 3rd rank chapter, 4th rank chapter, and 5th rank section, so it was more appropriate to refer to it as an update. Afterwards, Lin Yuan then synchronized the refined martial path evolutionary path to the Goddess of Wisdom in its entirety. Just after the Goddess of Wisdom received the martial path evolutionary path, in a mysterious space far away from the Chikuan Main Star, massive screens flickered rapidly, crazily analyzing and deducing the latest martial path evolutionary path. This evolutionary path is likely to advance to the 8th layer, re-evaluation beginning, preliminary evaluation. The latest martial path evolutionary path significantly reduces the training threshold and increases ultimate potential. Beginning in-depth evaluation. In-depth evaluation. Starting from the 2nd layer chapter, the difficulty of training shows a significant downward trend. Analyzing reasons, this evolutionary path incorporates various energies into the system. In-depth evaluation. The fusion of different energies will produce unforeseen variables, which could be worse or better. In-depth evaluation. Evaluation of martial path evolutionary path enhanced. Overall potential increased. In-depth evaluation. The creator of this evolutionary path, personal security level risen, reached 9-star level. Contacting the Goddess of Freedom, Goddess of Justice, re-evaluation starting. Chikuan Main Star. At the Central Plaza. Heiyu Mo's expression remained unchanged, but inside he was growing anxious. What does this 13-peak master mean? I've mentioned offering treasures, yet he won't even meet with me? Heiyu Mo's eyebrows twitched. He regarded his actions as flawless. Coming here to apologize and seeking an audience with the 13 Peaks master, everything was logical and legitimate. He couldn't find any fault. Even if the 13 Peaks master didn't forgive him, he ought to at least meet with him once to inquire what treasures were offered, right? But now, His self-abasing plea had not received any response at all. If I wait any longer, the 13 Peaks Master may complete the integration of the life brand. Hayumo steadied his spirit and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. If the 13 Peaks Master successfully integrates the life brand, even if Hayumo successfully kills him, he would be smoothly resurrected later on. Indeed, that evolver from the insect race had said, regardless of whether he could utterly destroy the 13 Peaks Master, his clan and race would receive sufficient favor and corresponding resource allocation. But utterly destroying the 13 Peaks Master versus not achieving an utter destruction or not killing at all would definitely affect the final treatment of his race. Since he would die in the aftermath no matter what, Hayumo naturally hoped his death would be worthwhile. No rush. Take your time. I now must not reveal any abnormality. Hayumo knew, being in the Red Kuan lineage, he was being watched by countless eyes. He had to maintain a demeanor befitting his status. I don't believe the 13 Peaks Master won't come out. Hayumo took a deep breath. Estimating the time, the 13 Peaks Master must have completed the integration of the life brand by now. Hayumo knew the chance to utterly destroy the 13 Peaks Master was no longer substantial. Now he could only consider killing the 13 Peaks Master, and even if he was resurrected by the human race's supreme being later, it would be many years later. And for the human race to resurrect the 13 Peaks Master, a huge price would need to be paid. The evolver from the insect race had tasked Hayumo with the assassination, risking his life. And Hayumo never considered making the supreme being of the insect race resurrect him, because the insect race would likely never agree. Even if the insect race agreed, Hayumo wouldn't believe it. At the palace atop the 13 Peaks, Lin Yuan waited for a while and, finding that the goddess of wisdom was still evaluating the martial path evolutionary path, he connected his consciousness to the virtual world and entered his personal space. Lin Yuan glanced at the visitor request list. The list was densely packed. At a rough count, there were at least tens of thousands of citizens wishing to visit him. And this number was increasing every moment. The identity of the 13 Peaks Master indeed attracts too much attention. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, setting the visitor filter to 6th rank evolvers, or his own relatives and friends. Suddenly, the visitor list cleared out. Mom and Dad left me a message. Lin Yuan scanned the message list. The so-called messages were not call requests and wouldn't disturb Lin Yuan. Chapter 232 Star Domain Rankings. Please subscribe, _2. It's time we met. Lin Yuan invited his parents and sister into his personal space. In less than a moment, Lin Shouqing, Lu Qiong, and Lin Yi appeared in the personal space. Brother? Lin Yi looked at Lin Yuan with admiration. Now standing before her was not just her brother, but the Peak Master of Shursan, whose countless fans throughout the Chikuan Star domain yearned for a glimpse. Xiaoyuan, these few days you spent on the Chikuan main star, Kanglan Star was celebrating like it was a festival. Governor Song personally made an appearance, congratulating you on becoming the Peak Master of Shursan alongside all the citizens. Numerous corporate enterprises even spent vast amounts of money to hang a huge banner outside the planet. Lu Qiong said with a smile. Lin Yuan smiled silently. Becoming the Peak Master of Shursan had indeed had a profound impact on Kanglan Star. Without mentioning the many other benefits, let me point out one. From now on, Kanglan Star might become the must-visit holy land of the entire Chikuan Star domain. Every year, countless tourists from major star domains will specifically visit Kanglan Star to witness the planet where the Peak Master of Shursan once resided. Just from tourism revenue alone, Kanglan Star could probably earn a fortune. Therefore, all of Kanglan Star, from top to bottom, owes Lin Yuan gratitude. Xiaoyuan, Lin Shouqing was overjoyed. Our Lin family has truly honored our ancestors. This is not just any honoring of ancestors. I don't know how many good deeds I did in my past life. The ancients say, when one man attains the Tao, his pets ascend to heaven. In our case, it's more than ascending to heaven. Those big shots are nearly kneeling at our doorstep. In these past few days, Lin Shouqing had felt deeply moved. Previously, Lin Yuan was known as the champion of the arena competition. But in the eyes of Kanglan Star's top decision-makers, He was at most given extra attention, as they valued only Lin Yuan himself. However, now, these big shots treated their family even more warmly and respectfully than their own parents. Lin Yuan listened with a smile as his parents and sister shared their feelings. As the peak master of Shursan, his power and influence within the Chikuan Star domain were terrifying. Not just the corporate forces of Kanglan Star, but even one of the 5 great forces of the Star domain like the Heiyu family had to try everything to curry his favor. And Lin Yuan's family members were certainly being showered with various praises. By the way, Xiaoyuan, as if recalling something, Lu Qiong pulled out a list and said, Governor Song gave me a list to give to you. It contains the names of people who cursed you online during the Heiyu family incident. In this era of interstellar civilization, every citizen enjoys the freedom of speech. But this freedom of speech is on the condition that it does not harm other citizens. Online insults, strictly speaking, can be pursued by the insulted party. Punish the few ringleaders and let the rest go. Lin Yuan looked at the list and said casually, given the pressure exerted by the Heiyu family at that time and their guidance of public opinion, countless citizens had been led astray. If all were pursued, perhaps 1/10 of Kanglan Star's citizens would be unfortunate. After chatting with his family, Lin Yuan disconnected the virtual world connection. Should be about settled now, right? Lin Yuan waited for the response from the goddess of wisdom. A moment later, the solemn voice of the goddess of wisdom transmitted. Respected 5th-rank citizen Lin Yuan, according to the final verdict, the updated martial path evolutionary path you've provided has significantly lowered its threshold and greatly enhanced its potential. Apart from the original value of the evolutionary path, you will be awarded an additional 500,000 merit points. 500,000 merit points. Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. This time he had only updated the martial path evolutionary path, without uploading subsequent content for the martial path evolutionary path. He originally thought that an award of 1 or 200,000 merit points would suffice, so 500,000 merit points were unexpected. To know, even combining the first-tier chapter to the 5th-rank chapter of the previous martial path evolutionary path wouldn't even come close to 500,000 merit points. The probability of advancing to the 6th rank is 95%. The probability of advancing to the 7th rank is 30%, and the probability of advancing to the 8th layer evolution path is 10%. Lin Yuan also glanced at the latest information on the martial path evolutionary path. The probability of advancing to the 6th rank evolution path has not changed, still at 95%. Lin Yuan slightly nodded, feeling nothing strange. A 95% chance of advancing to the 6th rank represented a very high probability, as most 5th rank evolution paths have only a 30 to 40% chance of advancing to the 6th rank. Over 50% is considered extremely good, let alone 95%. The chance for advancing to the 7th rank has increased by 10%, and the chance for advancing to the 8th layer has increased by 5%. Lin Yuan speculated that the increase in the probability of advancing to the 7th and 8th ranks was entirely due to the integration of various energy systems, which induced a kind of transformation and sublimation to the entire martial arts evolution system. Let's take a look at the latest rankings of the Martial Tao evolutionary path. Lin Yuan continued to check the updated information of the Martial Tao evolutionary path, looking at the rankings column. First in the Kanglan evolution ranking, 12th in the Chikuan evolution rankings. Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly. If he remembered correctly, weren't the Martial Tao evolutionary path previously ranked 53rd in the Chikuan evolution rankings? 12th? Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Ordinary evolvers might not understand what this meant. But as the peak master of Shursan, Lin Yuan naturally knew what it meant to be ranked in the top 50 on the Chikuan evolution rankings. The Chikuan evolution rankings were divided into 2 levels. The top 50, the bottom 50. The evolution paths in the top 50 were all 7th or 8th rank evolution pathways. As for the bottom 50, there were 7th rank evolution pathways and 6th rank evolution pathways. It was already unthinkable for the Martial Tao evolutionary path to previously make it to the 53rd place in the Chikuan evolution rankings with a 5th rank evolution pathway. After all, from 50th to 100th place in the Chikuan evolution rankings were either 6th or 7th rank evolution pathways. But now, the Martial Tao evolutionary path had actually made it into the top 50. and it was a prominent position in the top 50, 12th place. Keep in mind, the Martial Tao evolutionary path was still a 5th-rank evolution pathway. A mere 5th-rank evolution pathway had broken into a ranking dominated by 7th and 8th-rank evolution pathways. Chicoan Prime Virtual World. Central Plaza area. Many evolvers and high-ranking citizens had gathered. In pairs and small groups they talked quietly. Even though more than a year had passed, the main topic among the many evolvers on the plaza was still the Martial Tao evolutionary path. There was no choice. The Martial Tao evolutionary path was too exaggerated, too unique. The top 100 evolution paths of the Chicoan evolution rankings were 6th, 7th, and 8th rank evolution pathways. The only one mixed in was a 5th rank evolution pathway. It inevitably drew a second glance. I bet that once the 6th rank chapter of the Martial Tao evolutionary path is uploaded, its ranking will definitely rise again, breaking into the top 50. Nonsense, now the Martial Tao evolutionary path is already in the top 53. Once the 6th rank chapter is uploaded, the overall rank will rise. As long as the 6th rank chapter performs steadily, it could probably break into the top 30 or 20. All the evolution paths in the top 50 of the Chicoan evolution rankings are 7th or 8th rank evolution pathways. If the Martial Tao evolutionary path can break into it with a 6th rank evolution pathway TSK. The many evolvers talked rapidly among themselves. Just then, the Chicoan evolution rankings began to refresh. The 100 evolution paths on the ranking board simultaneously blurred. All the evolvers in the plaza stared at the evolution rankings full of anticipation. Several breaths later, the Chicoan evolution rankings refresh was complete. Damn it! The Martial Tao evolutionary path has broken into the top 50. Not just the top 50, it's the 12th place. Almost broke into the top 10. What's going on? I thought after uploading the 6th rank chapter, it could about make it into the top 20 or 30. It seems I still underestimated the scholar who developed this evolution path. Let me see what is so exquisite about the 6th rank chapter of the Martial Tao evolutionary path that it allowed the Martial Tao evolutionary path to rise from 53rd to 12th place. Countless evolvers, filled with anticipation and excitement, went to the purchasing interface of the Martial Tao evolutionary path, looking to buy the 6th rank chapter. Immediately, everyone discovered a horrifying scene. Martial Tao evolutionary path did not have a 6th rank chapter. Chapter 233 beginning the 5th shuttle. End of this volume. Please subscribe. What's going on? Where's the 6th rank chapter? Where is the 6th rank chapter of my Martial Path evolutionary path? Has the virtual world not updated? Or is it a network problem? Countless evolvers were in an uproar. In everyone's view, for the Martial Path evolutionary path to leap forward by more than 40 ranks from the original 53rd to the 12th, the only possibility was the upload of the 6th rank chapter. Without the enhancement of the 6th rank chapter, how could the Martial Path evolutionary path break into the 12th position on the Chicoan evolution rankings? In fact, even if the Martial Path evolutionary path had uploaded the 6th rank chapter, such a rapid rise in the rankings was incredible. However, incredible as it may be, it is understandable. After all, with an additional 6th rank chapter, the Martial Path evolutionary path was truly a 6th rank evolution path, and such potential for improvement, when thought through carefully, does make sense. But now, without the 6th rank chapter? Without the 6th rank chapter, how did we break into the 12th rank? Many evolvers initially thought it was a delay in the virtual world update, or a network latency in their area. That's what caused them not to see the 6th rank chapter. However, after communicating and finding that others also hadn't seen the 6th rank chapter, they were stunned. If it was just 1 or 2 evolvers who hadn't discovered the 6th rank chapter, it might have been due to other factors, an isolated case, or perhaps network latency. But if no one has seen the 6th rank chapter, then there's only one possibility. That is that the Martial Path evolutionary path doesn't have a 6th rank chapter. But this possibility leads to another astonishing fact. How did the Martial Path evolutionary path, without a 6th rank chapter, break into the 12th spot on the Chicoan evolution rankings? If you say that the Martial Path evolutionary path, with only up to the 5th rank, entered the 53rd spot on the Chicoan evolution rankings, It's like mixing an elementary student among a group of college students. Extremely conspicuous. Then still only with 5th rank, the martial path evolutionary path broke into the top 50, into the 12th position. It's akin to an infant with a pacifier mixing among a group of PhDs. How the hell is that possible? What on earth is going on? Without uploading the 6th rank chapter, how is the martial path evolutionary path now 12th? It seems like the martial path evolutionary path has changed a bit. The word count of the 2nd layer chapter to the 5th stage section has been modified. It's normal for there to be modifications. The evolution paths on the ranking list aren't set in stone. Occasionally there are some changes, but that still doesn't explain how the martial path evolutionary path became 12th. Maybe the reason lies within the modified content. Many evolvers and high-level citizens began to notice that the content they had purchased from the 2nd layer chapter to the 5th stage section had changed. So everyone subconsciously started to review it. How is this possible? The martial path evolutionary path can incorporate any energy system? It's too incredible. No wonder there was such a significant climb in the rankings. The qualitative change. It boosts the potential of the martial path evolutionary path. A 6th rank evolver's expression changed slightly. With his insight, he could just make out the impact of the changes to the martial path evolutionary path. If the martial path evolutionary path was no longer limited to Taiyin and Taiyang, then the many evolvers of human civilization following the martial path evolutionary path would benefit, able to follow the paths they were proficient in. This could be a qualitative breakthrough in the chances of producing higher rank evolvers. No wonder the martial path evolutionary path, before uploading the 6th rank, was able to break into the top 12 on the Chikuin evolution rankings. No wonder the great scholar who established the martial path evolutionary path would personally update the path. Because this is extremely important for martial arts evolutionaries. Truly worthy of being an evolution scholar, to have expanded the martial path evolutionary path to such heights. No good. Previously I was only vaguely aware of Taiyin and Taiyang, which is why I didn't follow the martial path evolutionary path. Now, I don't need to grasp Taiyin and Taiyang. The martial path evolutionary path can still be cultivated, so I need to switch evolution paths. Me too, this is the masterpiece of some evolution scholar. After all, there's definitely no mistake in following it for cultivation. Many evolvers left the Central Plaza area, clearly intending to pass the news onto their backing family powers. Chikuin main star, palace at the peak of the 13 peaks. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. 500,000 merit points. It's enough for a promotion to a level 6 citizen. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The perfected martial path evolutionary path had been rewarded with an enormous sum of 500,000 merit points by the goddess of wisdom. You should know that there are only a few ways to acquire merit points. Without exception, they are awarded for making contributions to human civilization. Other than founding a complete and new evolution path like Lin Yuan, or developing other technologies beneficial to human civilization, the main channel is to go to the battlefields of different races to kill alien beings in exchange for merit points. According to Lin Yuan's knowledge, killing alien strong ones would grant corresponding amounts of merit points. A 6th rank alien race strongman is worth 1,000 merit points. A 7th rank alien race strongman is worth between 10,000 and 100,000 merit points. An 8th rank alien race is worth over 1,000,000 merit points. The 500,000 merit points that Lin Yuan had received was equivalent to half an 8th rank alien race strongman, or perhaps dozens of 7th rank alien race strong ones. Of course, killing alien strong ones is just one way to obtain merit points. On the battlefields of different races, if one could lead an army of evolvers to victory in local warfare against the alien races. Chapter 234, starting the 5th shuttle. End of this volume. Please subscribe, _2. Even without killing an alien strong one can still obtain the corresponding merit points. It's too dangerous. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. On the battlefields of different races, earning merit points sounds easy. Killing a 6th rank alien strong one can earn you 1,000 points. But in reality, a 6th rank alien won't just wait for you to kill them. It requires evolvers to risk their lives. A 6th rank evolver wanting to kill a 6th rank alien strong one really needs to pay a great price, and that alien strong one isn't a fool either. If they know they are outmatched, they will flee. Defeating a 6th rank alien is easy. Killing them is difficult, and alien strong ones often do not come alone, but in clusters. In such situations, killing them is really difficult. It is the same with all 6th rank aliens, not to mention the 7th and 8th ranks. Thousands of years ago, the Chikuan Star Lord, enraged by the assassination of a disciple, went on a killing spree on the alien battlefields. But most of those he killed were aliens below the 6th rank. Basically cannon fodder. The truly powerful aliens had fled early. And after a while, the Chikuan Star Lord was blocked by alien strong ones of the same rank. All the alien strong ones capable of stalemating with human civilization, close in power to the insect race notwithstanding, are extremely powerful. Upgrade to a 6th rank citizen. Lin Yuan thought to himself. His citizenship rank instantly upgraded from 5th rank to 6th rank. From 5th rank citizen to 6th rank citizen, it requires 500,000 merit points, which Lin Yuan had already saved by perfecting the martial path evolutionary path. Moments later, Lin Yuan successfully became a 6th rank citizen. At the same time, an email from the Human Civilization Alliance was sent to Lin Yuan's inbox. The email content generally introduced some of the many privileges of a 6th rank citizen. Most privileges of a 6th rank citizen are advanced versions of those of a 5th rank citizen. Besides, a 6th rank citizen compared to a 5th rank citizen has an additional benefit, a certain privilege. The benefit being that upon promotion to a 6th rank citizen, one will receive a bottle of evolution elixir issued by human civilization. 6th rank evolution elixir. The function of this evolution elixir is to forcibly elevate an evolver's physical body and soul to the 6th rank level. Of course, only the physical body and soul are enhanced. As for the comprehension of rules and the understanding of evolutionary paths, those will not change, as they cannot be improved by external means. This benefit exists specifically for scientists and developers who aren't skilled in the paths of evolution. These scientists and developers might have made significant contributions to human civilization but lack evolutionary talent, being only 2nd or 3rd rank evolvers. And taking gene elixirs and the like carries the risk of death. So, once the level of citizenship reaches the 6th rank, one can obtain the 6th rank evolution elixir. The 6th rank evolution elixir, when taken, carries no risks, and the physical body and soul perfectly transform. Of course, human civilization grants such a benefit to 6th rank citizens primarily to enable them to live thousands to tens of thousands more years, to continue contributing to human civilization. 6th rank evolution elixir. Lin Yuan looked astonished. Such a rare treasure that can elevate an ordinary person to the status of 6th rank evolver in one stride is obviously priceless. At least Lin Yuan hadn't seen such a product on the market app when he was a 5th rank citizen, clearly not having sufficient privileges. However, evolvers who step into the 6th rank by taking the 6th rank evolution elixir are estimated to be at the lowest end of the 6th rank combat power. Lin Yuan was aware. The combat power of 6th rank evolvers is composed of multiple aspects. One is the basic strength of a 6th rank level. Another is mastery of the secret techniques they wield. Third is the degree of perception of rules. And fourth is the strength of their own cultivation evolutionary path. Evolvers who took the 6th rank evolution elixir possess only the basic strength of the 6th rank. The second privilege, or eligibility, of a 6th rank citizen is to participate in the Star Alliance conference held once every century. The so-called Star Alliance is an alliance formed of multiple star domains. Currently, the Chikuan Star Domain is part of the Anan Star Alliance, and the Star Alliance conference is initiated by the official Anan Star Alliance, with only the 6th rank citizens and above eligible to participate. At the Star Alliance conference, all participating citizens can propose their suggestions. The scale of these suggestions can vary greatly. On a small scale, it concerns individual benefits. For instance, a 6th rank citizen might suggest they lack a personal battleship and therefore apply to the Anan Star Alliance. The Anan Star Alliance will most likely allocate a battleship to this 6th rank citizen. On a large scale, it involves altering certain laws within the Anan Star Alliance, such as a 6th rank citizen who feels that the death penalty isn't humane and wants to abolish it. The Anan Star Alliance will consider this suggestion and eventually respond with approval, rejection, or reservation. Of course, the laws here solely refer to those internal to the Star Alliance. As for the charter laws enacted by the Cosmic Human Alliance, they are beyond what a sixth-rank citizen can question. Star Alliance Conference? Lin Yuan pondered. This conference symbolizes the supreme power of a Star Alliance, and only sixth-rank citizens who have made significant contributions to human civilization are qualified to participate. After carefully reviewing the many privileges of sixth-rank citizens, Lin Yuan stood up and walked out of the palace. "Take me to see the teacher." Lin Yuan glanced at the supervisor outside the palace. "Yes, Peak Master, please follow me." The supervisor, showing great respect, led Lin Yuan towards the largest central mountain. "I've seen the teacher." Inside the Crimson Palace. Chapter 235, commencing the 5th shuttle. End of this volume. Please subscribe _3. Lin Yuan bowed slightly towards the Chikuan Star Lord, who was seated on the throne. "Ha ha ha ha. My good disciple, quickly stand up," the Chikuan Star Lord immediately said. His gaze towards Lin Yuan grew increasingly satisfied. Lin Yuan had truly outdone himself. During this period, he had won so much face for him that, although those old geezers didn't say much, their envious tones plainly showed they wished they could snatch Lin Yuan away to be their own disciple. "How are you feeling? Are you acclimating well?" the Chikuan Star Lord asked with concern. It was Lin Yuan's first time on Chikuan Main Star, and he might be somewhat unaccustomed to it. "Not bad." Lin Yuan nodded. "That's good then," the Chikuan Star Lord said, a smile appearing on his face. "If you have any issues, tell your teacher directly," the Chikuan Star Lord said. Then, after talking with the Chikuan Star Lord for a while, Lin Yuan got up and left. On the 13 peaks, Lin Yuan gathered with his 12 senior martial brothers. "Congratulations, junior brother." "Ha ha ha. Finally getting to see you in person, junior brother." The 12 senior martial brothers warmly greeted him. "Right, junior brother," the third senior brother asked. "Are you planning to meet Heiyu Mo or not?" As soon as he said this, the rest of the senior martial brothers instantly quieted down and turned their gazes to Lin Yuan. "Heiyu Mo?" After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuan said, "Better not to meet. There's nothing worth discussing." Lin Yuan had no intention of meeting Heiyu Mo at all. "Understood." The third senior brother nodded immediately upon hearing this. If Lin Yuan were willing to meet with Heiyu Mo, it would imply there was room for easing tensions between the two. It was simply a matter of how much Heiyu Mo would have to pay as a price. But the refusal to meet made Lin Yuan's intentions crystal clear. "It's time to investigate the Heiyu family," the second senior brother hinted. "Leave it to me. The Heiyu family will halt all commercial activities. All members are forbidden from leaving their resident planets, and accept the surveillance of the Chikuan lineage," the third senior brother declared. This statement effectively announced the downfall of the Heiyu family. The Heiyu family had a profound influence within the Chikuan star domain. A direct clampdown wouldn't look good. However, by employing surveillance to force a cessation of all activities, it was akin to death by 1,000 cuts. Their decline was a matter of time. For the Chikuan lineage, the Heiyu family was nothing more than a dog kept outside. If the dog failed to obey, it could be easily replaced. Now that the dog had dared to bite its master, it could no longer be kept. "Thank you, my fellow senior brothers," Lin Yuan said earnestly. "What's there to thank for? We are brothers. In the future, we must support each other," they responded. "Yes, this is trivial," the 12 senior martial brothers said with a chuckle. Half a day later, Lin Yuan returned to the palace where he had been in seclusion. "Everything is pretty much taken care of. I can proceed with the traversal." Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts, his consciousness sinking into his mind, arriving in front of the grand and magnificent door to the myriad realms. "Let's first have a look at some information on this traversal." Lin Yuan allowed a sliver of consciousness to merge into the door to the myriad realms. In a daze, Lin Yuan found himself before a colossal, boundless world. This world, in a flash of astonishment, Lin Yuan saw an immortal mountain shrouded in immortal qi, a wasteland enveloped in ghostly energy, and a massive nest deep in demonic power. This world, Outside the door to the myriad realms, Lin Yuan's expression was grave. Through the slight touch of his consciousness, he knew that this traversal would grant him a stay of 500 years in the other world, with the passage of time in the main world amounting to roughly 3 to 4 months. Let us begin. Lin Yuan's consciousness returned, and after some minor preparations, he announced he was entering seclusion. Finally, he once again faced the door to the myriad realms. With a slight thought, the door emitted a sucking force, drawing Lin Yuan's consciousness into it. Chapter 236 Dowd Immortal Sect. Please subscribe. Name: Lin Yuan, Jun Wuji. Identity: Holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Bonded talent: Against Heaven's Understanding. Current state: Consciousness descent. Remaining residency time: 500 years. The clouds and mist were ethereal. Immortal chi twined around. A somewhat frail-looking youth lay on a recliner, with 2 maidservants gently massaging him by his side. I didn't expect this consciousness descent to be with such an identity. The frail youth, who was Lin Yuan, discreetly took in his surroundings. The maidens who were massaging him appeared to be soft and weak, but Lin Yuan could vaguely feel a subtle spiritual pressure emanating from them. Golden Core Realm Female Cultivators. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and rubbed his brow. Through the memories of the original body, Lin Yuan understood that this time he had traveled to a world of immortal Tao. To say it was a world of immortal Tao wasn't quite accurate. It was more like a large world dominated by the immortal path. My father, he is the disciple with the highest talent in this generation of the Dowd Immortal Sect, having mutated heavenly spiritual root aptitude, and is being nurtured as the next immortal sect leader. My mother is the daughter of the immortal sect leader of the Dowd Immortal Sect, a beloved gem adored like the moon by all the stars. My maternal grandfather is the 30th generation sect leader of the Dowd Immortal Sect, an ancient saint of the refinement void who suppresses the entire divine continent, and whose strength ranks among the top 3 in the immortal sect's history. My elder brother also has heavenly spiritual root aptitude, and is expected to reach the divinity transformation stage in the future. My second sister has mutated earth spiritual root. With the support of the sect's resources, there is also a great possibility for her to enter the divinity transformation stage. As for me, am I just a waste without any spirit root aptitude? Lin Yuan thought to himself. In this world, spirit roots are crucial. They act as the bridge that communicates between the heavens and the earth. Spirit roots are categorized as heavenly spiritual root, earth spiritual root, dual spiritual roots, triple spiritual roots, quadruple spiritual roots, and quintuple spiritual roots. The quintuple spiritual roots are also known as waste spiritual roots. With Lin Yuan's background, even if he had such a waste spiritual root as the quintuple spiritual roots, he would still be able to become a foundation establishment practitioner, or even a golden core cultivator with the support of bountiful resources. But he had no spirit root aptitude at all. Without a spirit root, one cannot absorb spiritual energy from nature. Even if one forcibly entered the chi refining and foundation building stages with the aid of resources, they would rapidly lose their cultivation and eventually fall back to being immortal. It was like a bamboo basket, no matter how much water it held. It was of no use. It would all leak out swiftly. Efforts were in vain, like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Nature's spiritual energy? Lin Yuan carefully felt it for a moment. He discovered that this world was filled with strands and wisps of clear and pure energy. Although far from comparable to the scarlet spirit liquid of the Red Kuan lineage in the main world, it was abundant and ubiquitous. What a pity! Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Without a spirit root, you can't even touch nature's spiritual energy. Lin Yuan couldn't even feel it. The only reason he could sense the spiritual energy was due to his powerful perception brought about by the descent of his consciousness. Young master, are you all right? As Lin Yuan pondered, the 2 maidservants by his side asked with concern. I'm fine. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Although he was a talentless waste, his status as the 3rd-generation descendant of immortals was still there. Even the maidservants who served him were in the golden core stage. One must know, in the outside world, Golden core cultivators are considered significant figures and female golden core cultivators are highly sought after. Yet, at the moment, the high and mighty female golden core cultivators were merely maidservants for Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan wished, they were ready to warm his bed at any time. "You may leave for now." Lin Yuan waved his hand. "Yes." The two maidservants nodded and respectfully withdrew. Lin Yuan watched the two women leave. These two golden core stage maidservants were arranged by Lin Yuan's mother, not only to serve Lin Yuan but also as a protective measure. This world... A look of contemplation crossed Lin Yuan's face. This world, boundless and vast, with the Taoed immortal sect occupying the resource-rich central divine continent, boasted the strongest power, producing an ancient saint of refinement void generation after generation. Beyond the central divine continent, to the west were the lands inhabited by barbaric demon beasts. These transformative great demons coveted the divine continent and time after time were suppressed by the Taoed immortal sect. To the south of the central divine continent was the territory of the ghost cultivators of the netherworld. Its eerie and ghostly mist made it unsuitable for regular cultivators to stay for extended periods. To the north of the central divine continent were the devil cultivators, the strongest among them known as the blood demon, who cultivated the sea of blood demonic scripture with a claim that until the sea of blood dries up, they cannot die. Taoed immortal sect, barbaric demon beasts, ghost cultivators of the netherworld, devil cultivators to the north, these are the four main powers, and to the east are the overseas islands, where it is said that some followers of the left paths have taken root, but they haven't formed a significant presence. Without a doubt, among the many powers, the Taoed immortal sect is unquestionably the strongest. With the power of one sect, it monopolizes the most resource-rich central divine continent, driving the other three major powers to the margins. Lin Yuan silently thought. Through his memories, Lin Yuan knew that though the Taoed immortal sect claimed morality, their actions were exceedingly domineering. The central divine continent originally had other major immortal sects besides the Taoed immortal sect, but in the end, all were eradicated by the Taoed immortal sect. Eventually, the entire central divine continent was enjoyed solely by the Taoed immortal sect. No matter what world it is, strength determines everything. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The human civilization alliance in the main world is constantly expanding, engaging in battles with different species, seizing many star systems. Their actions were not unlike the Taoed immortal sects. With 500 years of residency time, I can take it slow. Lin Yuan glanced at the remaining residency time and breathed a sigh of relief. This place isn't the Taoed immortal sect? Lin Yuan rose to his feet. Where he was now was a paradise away from the mortal world, abundant in spiritual energy, but compared with the magnificent presence of the Taoed immortal mountain from his memory, it naturally fell short. Chapter 237 Taoed Immortal Sect. Please subscribe. _2. So he couldn't withstand the blow and actively asked his parents to send him away from Mount Morality Immortal. Lin Yuan immediately found the reason from his memories. The original body couldn't practice cultivation, yet with a prominent ancestral background, none of the true disciples or sequence disciples of the Taoed immortal sect dared to bully him. However, living within the Taoed immortal sect and facing those disciples flying back and forth every day, he couldn't help but feel depressed. In front of him, disciples of the immortal sect who bowed and scraped held strengths and means that far exceeded his own. Under such extreme contrasts over a long time, Jun Wuji simply had his parents send him away. The reason Mount Morality Immortal was called Immortal Mountain was because its spiritual energy was so abundant it nearly took physical form. Practicing cultivation there had immeasurable benefits for any cultivator. But Jun Wuji didn't need any spiritual energy. Without a spirit root, no amount of spiritual energy was of use. Therefore, Mount Morality Immortal wasn't as important to Jun Wuji as one might imagine. This is good too. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, quite satisfied. If he were still at Mount Morality Immortal, under the watchful eyes of an ancient saint of refinement void, Lin Yuan would have to be very cautious at first. The ancient saint of refinement void was one of the strongest existences in this realm, capable of plucking stars and seizing the moon with the flick of a wrist. In the hierarchy of the main world, he was equivalent to a 6th-rank evolver. Moreover, The founding artifact of the immortal sect wielded destructive powers capable of annihilating heavens and earth. An ancient saint of refinement void in possession of the sect's founding artifact was an invincible existence. This was why the Taoed immortal sect could occupy the central divine continent, so long as there was no break in the lineage of ancient saints. It was the most formidable force of the current era, without equal. This must be cloud mist-blessed land, right? Lin Yuan observed carefully. Although the original body couldn't cultivate, he still had some understanding of the common knowledge in the cultivation world. In the central divine continent, there are 72 caves and 108 blessed lands. They are second only to Mount Morality Immortal, the top-tier cultivation sites. Among them, Cloud Mist Blessed Land is one of the 108 blessed lands. Its nature's spiritual energy so rich that it can sustain the daily practice and breakthroughs of nascent soul cultivators. Unwilling to stay at Mount Morality Immortal any longer, Jun Wuji's parents cleared out one of the 108 blessed lands, Cloud Mist Blessed Land, for him to live in, evidently doting greatly on their son. Cloud Mist Blessed Land was close to Mount Morality Immortal, so in case something happened, the cultivators of the immortal sect could quickly come to aid. Family love. Jun Wuji had a good relationship with his parents, his elder brother and younger sister. Even the grandfather of the immortal sect leader had seen him more than once. If Jun Wuji had spirit root talent, by all accounts, his future should be boundless. Alas, there are no ifs. In the central divine continent, there are countless treasures and rare materials. But to compensate for a lack of spirit root, or to even create a new one, those are few and far between, each exceedingly rare and significant. Outside Cloud Mist Blessed Land, two cultivators, a man and a woman shrouded in mist, stood silently overlooking the blessed land below. Wuji, the female cultivator, looking downhearted, gazed at Jun Wuji inside the blessed land and murmured to herself, "Lianer, don't be sad. Wuji doesn't have a spirit root, and there's nothing we can do about it." The male cultivator beside her whispered gently, "Normally, spirit roots are passed down through bloodlines. If the parents possess spirit roots, the likelihood of the next generation having them is greatly increased. But nothing is absolute. There are still cases where parents with high-quality spirit roots give birth to offspring with only third- or fourth-class roots. However, cases like Jun Wuji's, where both parents are of the heavenly spiritual root, yet the son is born without any spirit root talent, are rare. Just like Jun Wuji's elder brother and younger sister, one with heavenly spiritual root and the other with a mutated earth spirit root, that's more common. I will ask Father to take out 9 heavens glazed water for Wuji to consume," the female cultivator said. 9 heavens glazed water, a treasure of the central divine continent, is said to possess the effect of rebirthing spirit roots, even in a mortal. Of course, no mortal has ever consumed 9 heavens glazed water. Who would let mortals consume something so precious when even the ancient saints would act decisively for it? Lianer, don't ever mention this in front of the sect master. 9 heavens glazed water is the main ingredient for crafting the ancient void elixir. And the ancient void elixir is crucial for the breakthrough from divinity transformation to the refining void ancient saint layer. Our Taoed immortal sect absolutely cannot have a break in the lineage of ancient saints. The male cultivator beside her said solemnly. He too wanted to help his son. But the 9 heavens glazed water concerned the heritage of the immortal sect. How could they treat it lightly? Even if it were Jun Wuji, let alone him, without reaching the peak of divinity transformation, he couldn't utilize the 9 heavens glazed water. The Taoed immortal sect could only collect a thread of 9 heavens glazed water every 10,000 years, just enough to craft an ancient void elixir. The female cultivator fell silent. She understood this too, but seeing her own son so despondent, it was hard for her heart not to ache. If he cannot grow into a towering tree, what we can do, the male cultivator sighed lightly, is to let him live out his life peacefully and quietly. Cloud Mist Blessed Land. Lin Yuan glanced in a certain direction. Finally gone. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Ever since his consciousness had descended, he had faintly sensed some kind of spying sensation. This sense of being watched carried no malice or intent to kill. It was probably his parents who had just brought him here. What am I now exactly? Seizure? Or reincarnation? Lin Yuan picked up the jade teacup beside him and gently took a sip. The tea, turning into streams of spiritual energy as it entered his throat, nourished Lin Yuan's physical body. As expected of the third generation of immortals, such immortal tea, if placed outside, would probably cause a group of golden core stage cultivators to fight over it. Right? Lin Yuan took a few more sips. It shouldn't be considered seizure, Lin Yuan concluded in his mind. The essence of seizure was the soul of the seizer taking over the physical body of the seized. But now, Jun Wuji's physical soul remained unchanged. It was just the consciousness that had been replaced by Lin Yuan. Besides, seizure was not unheard of in this world. If Lin Yuan had seized Jun Wuji, the parents who had already stepped into the nascent soul stage would have noticed. Even just the 2 golden core stage maidservants attending him would have been able to sense it. Perhaps my consciousness was cast into this world long ago, and I only awakened my memories now after encountering the confusion within the womb? Lin Yuan pondered. This could also explain why every time he transitioned, the time he regained consciousness differed. Forget it. These things are not important. Lin Yuan shook his head. Whether it was reincarnation or consciousness descent. After all, he is now Jun Wuji. The cultivation system of this world primarily revolves around the immortal path, with other paths such as those of demonic beasts, the ghost path, and the demonic Tao. They are all essentially similar. Although Jun Wuji lacked a spirit root, he had tried many cultivation methods, covering a broad range, and that's why Lin Yuan was now clear about it. While thinking, Lin Yuan made his way to the deepest part of the cloud mist blessed land. This place was the core of the entire blessed land and also the location with the most abundant spiritual energy. Staying in such an environment for a long time, even an ordinary person would benefit with longevity. I'm going to rest. No need to pay attention to me? Lin Yuan suddenly spoke. Yes. 2 female voices responded from outside, belonging to Lin Yuan's 2 golden core stage maidservants. Chunhua, Choyue. As Lin Yuan's maidservants and bodyguards, Chunhua and Choyue were always focusing their divine sense on Lin Yuan to prevent any accidents. The comment Lin Yuan just made was to have Chunhua and Choyue withdraw their divine sense. This was also a habit of the original Jun Wuji. Although he was an ordinary person, he did not like being shrouded in divine sense, even though he couldn't feel the shroud of divine sense at all. Sensing that Chunhua and Qiyu's divine sense had left, Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred, and he took out several array discs. He then inserted spirit stones and activated them directly. Suddenly, a hazy, illusory barrier enveloped the surroundings. This array disc could block the probing of cultivator's divine sense. Even when facing a nascent soul or divinity transformation stage cultivator, it wouldn't block them but would give an early warning instead. Of course, Lin Yuan was not relying solely on these external items. Array discs or any other methods were all things Lin Yuan placed out in the open for others to see. His true reliance lay in his senses as a 6th-rank evolver. The perception of a 6th-rank evolver was equivalent to the refining void ancient saint layer, so even the sect master of the Dao Immortal sect probing Lin Yuan with divine sense in secret would be immediately detected. That should do it. Having done all this, Lin Yuan let out a slight breath of relief. Next, what he needed to do was to cultivate and recover his full strength as much as possible. Without strength, even with an unapproachable background and no one daring to offend, Lin Yuan would feel insecure. Chapter 238 20 years later. Please subscribe. This world's cultivation system, from weak to strong, is divided into Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divinity transformation, refined void. Lin Yuan had no spirit root and could not inhale and exhale the nature's spiritual energy. Naturally, he could not follow the immortal cultivation system. But for the martial Tao cultivation system, having a spirit root was not necessary. The martial Tao cultivation system established by Lin Yuan had a low threshold, especially for someone like him who had evolved the martial Tao to the 6th rank. It was a piece of cake. Exhale. Inhale. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Internal energy circulated within him. A moment later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes and took out a bottle of elixirs. He poured out a pellet and swallowed it. Once the elixir entered his body, it immediately transformed into a raging flow of blood energy, continuously forming the inner chi of the early stages of martial Tao. The differences between Immortal Path and the initial stages of martial Tao lay in Immortal Path requiring the refinement of the essence of nature into one's own internal energy. The essence of nature referred to here is the nature's spiritual energy, whereas martial Tao involves refining the essence of oneself, transforming one's own internal energy. Efficiency-wise, refining the essence of nature in Immortal Path is naturally faster. After all, nature's spiritual energy is infinite and inexhaustible. Of course, its shortcomings were also very clear. That was being too dependent on nature's spiritual energy. If one were to lose access to that natural energy, or were in a place devoid of it, it's supposed that the immortal cultivation system would be cut off. While the early stages of the martial Tao cultivation system focus on refining one's own essence, no matter in what world, as long as one still possesses vitality, one can cultivate the martial Tao. Moreover, cultivating to deeper levels in martial Tao also enables one to forcibly inhale and exhale the spiritual energy of nature. This so-called spiritual energy of nature is merely a form of energy after all. It's just that cultivators of the Immortal Path attract spiritual energy with the spirit root within them, whereas martial Tao cultivators forcibly devour it. Half a day later, after consuming dozens of elixirs that enhance vitality, Lin Yuan stepped into the second layer. The second layer of martial Tao is equivalent to the foundation establishment stage of the Immortal Path. It's about time. Lin Yuan restrained his vitality and concealed the aura of the second layer of martial Tao. In this world, which is a great world of Immortal Path, if he were to suddenly display previously unseen talents or techniques, even without signs of seizure, it would attract the attention of others, especially with such a profound background. With an external grandfather at the level of an ancient saint of refining void, it's better to be cautious and careful about his actions. Lin Yuan didn't want his abnormal performance to lead his parents to take him to his grandfather for inspection, which might end up with him being kept by this ancient saint. I need to create a secret technique that blocks the detection of divine sense. Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. In the world of Immortal Tao, detection techniques are primarily based on divine sense. As long as the detection of divine sense can be obstructed, it essentially means that outsiders would have a hard time actively realizing Lin Yuan's true power. Divine sense? Lin Yuan pondered repeatedly. Divine sense is a certain application of the soul's power. To block the perception of divine sense, one must similarly use the soul's power to prevent it. With Lin Yuan's exceptional talent and having multiple evolution paths from the main world, including those involving the soul, he only took a few days to create a secret technique targeted at the probing of divine sense. This technique, utilizing one's own soul's power, forms a special barrier that instantly assimilates when the divine sense of other cultivators comes probing, thereby achieving the effect of shielding. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Upon activating this secret technique in combination with his own realm, unless an ancient saint of refining void came personally and repeatedly inspected Lin Yuan directly, the abnormality could not be discovered. If Lin Yuan could recover to the 4th or 5th rank, even an ancient saint wouldn't be able to discover anything problematic as long as he meticulously checked multiple layers inward and outward. 2 months later, Lin Yuan was in the middle of secluded cultivation. Suddenly, at this moment, the maid Chunhua hurriedly came outside. "Young master, your older brother and second sister have come to see you." "I understand." Lin Yuan stopped his cultivation and went out. The older brother and second sister mentioned by Chunhua were naturally Lin Yuan's older brother and second sister. The three had a good relationship, with the older brother and second sister taking great care of Lin Yuan. Previously, when Lin Yuan was living in Mount Morality Immortal, one of the reasons no one dared to provoke him was not only because of the background of his parents and grandfather, but also because all disciples of Immortal sect who provoked Lin Yuan were somehow beaten up several times by the older brother and second sister. Over time, when disciples of Immortal sect saw Lin Yuan, they couldn't help but tremble, fearing they might be beaten if they made a mistake. After all, if other disciples beat you, you could still reason with them, at worst go to the enforcement hall of the Immortal sect. But if Lin Yuan's older brother and second sister beat you, then you could only swallow your grievances. After all, their background was clear. Would the cultivators of the immortal sex enforcement hall dare to truly punish the grandchildren of the ancient saint who were at the sect leader level? Even if the immortal sect leader emphasized many times that the cultivators of the enforcement hall must act impartially and must not engage in any favoritism. But who would dare to truly be impartial? Little brother. Little brother. Lin Yuan had not yet reached the front hall when he heard the voices of his older brother and second sister calling him. Older brother, second sister. Lin Yuan greeted. Ha ha ha, little brother, you look well. Tell me, who dared to show off in your presence? They'll make him suffer for a year. A year isn't enough, at least 3 years, said the older brother and second sister with a smile. Ha ha ha, it's okay. No need for such trouble. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Wuxia, by nature, is not a bad person and doesn't dwell on things. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let his parents send him away willingly. Lin Yuan looked at his older brother and second sister in front of him. The older brother was a tall and burly man with a very approachable smile. It was said that the older brother had metal attribute heavenly spirit root talent and followed the path of a sword cultivator. He was powerful enough to rank among the top 3 of the nascent soul layer in Mount Morality Immortal. Chapter 239, 20 years later. Please subscribe. _2. Every time the barbaric demon beasts from the west caused an uproar, it was always my eldest brother who led the suppression, his hands stained with the blood of countless demon kings. As for my second sister, she possesses a mutated thunder attribute earth spirit root. She appears gentle and reserved, but that is only in front of family members. Outside, my second sister bears the title of the Shinshao Fairy. If little brother says he won't pursue the matter, then it won't be pursued. Those people got off easy, my second-tier eldest brother said with a chuckle. They could tell that Lin Yuan's mood seemed to be pretty good now. Little brother, let me tell you, this cloud mist blessed land is also known as a prolonging life blessed land. Among the 108 blessed lands of the central divine continent, each blessed land has its unique effect, and the cloud mist blessed lands effect is prolonging life. By staying here long-term, and occasionally consuming prolonging life elixirs, even without cultivating, living for hundreds or even 1,000 years is a very likely possibility. My eldest brother said. My second sister nodded in agreement. When our parents cleared the cloud mist blessed land for you to live in, there were quite a few elders in the sect who questioned it. But in the end, Father stood his ground against the opposition and secured this cloud mist blessed land. My second sister said. I've caused trouble for our parents. Lin Yuan heaved a sigh. One could imagine the emotions of those elders in the immortal sect when they heard that one of the distinguished 108 blessed lands, the cloud mist blessed land, was going to be inhabited by a waste with no spirit root. But there was nothing they could do. Lin Yuan might lack a spirit root, but he has a powerful background. Even if others doubted, that was all they could do. They were powerless to make any substantial decisions. This is the privilege of a third generation from a family of immortals. These days, Lin Yuan's spirit was lifted with pleasure. After experiencing the 4th transmigration, the initial 20 years were spent suppressing the darkness of the Great Abyss. This transmigration started at the peak, perfect in every way except for the inability to cultivate. Even the sole drawback of being unable to cultivate was only in the eyes of others. In reality, Lin Yuan could still cultivate and even make rapid progress. By the way, little brother, now that you're living here, do you have any needs? Just tell your big brother. After chatting idly for a while, my eldest brother asked. Needs? Lin Yuan thought for a moment. I want to give cultivation another try. I need some immortal path skills, as well as skills related to body cultivation. Lin Yuan said. The reason for such a request was because Lin Yuan wanted to comprehend this world's cultivation system. Without a spirit root, Lin Yuan couldn't embark on the path of immortal cultivation. But that didn't mean he couldn't comprehend and draw inspiration from the immortal cultivation system. Some concepts and ideas from the immortal cultivation system could still provide Lin Yuan with some inspiration. And under the Against Heaven's understanding, these inspirations could amplify insights by tens or even hundreds of times. As for the latter request for body cultivation techniques, body cultivation is a branch derived from the immortal cultivation system. It focuses solely on forging the physical body. Hence, there are no restrictions related to having a spirit root. However, attempting body cultivation requires enduring endless agony, and with a lifespan no different from ordinary people, the original Jun Wuji never really explored this method of cultivation. After all, with his formidable background, Jun Wuji didn't need the limited strength that came from body cultivation. Little brother, my eldest brother and second sister sighed inwardly. They understood that Jun Wuji still hadn't given up on the idea of cultivating. Since ancient times, there has never been a case of someone without a spirit root being able to embark on the path of immortal cultivation. But the once Jun Wuji had always believed that the absence of precedents didn't mean there would be none in the future. Therefore, Jun Wuji often collected various immortal path skills and secret techniques from less orthodox paths to attempt cultivation. My eldest brother, second sister, and our parents all saw this happen. Although they knew Jun Wuji's efforts were unlikely to yield results, everyone didn't have the heart to stop him. Body cultivation skills? Little brother, the path of body cultivation entails great pain. You must be prepared mentally. My eldest brother couldn't help but remind him. For ordinary people, embarking on the path of body cultivation can be justified, as it boosts strength even if it doesn't extend lifespan. But for Jun Wuji it was rather pointless, almost like a spare rib. After all, the level of Jun Wuji's strength hardly mattered, and he would rarely have the opportunity to take action. I want to see what the principles behind body cultivation techniques are. Lin Yuan stated his reason. In fact, Lin Yuan was curious about the details of how body cultivation techniques tempered the physical body. Generally speaking, no cultivator practices solely body cultivation techniques. They are usually practiced by those who have reached the golden core or nascent soul stage, as a way to enhance their physical strength and increase their ability to protect themselves. No problem, the elder brother nodded. Procedures and steps are required to take out the magical instruments and treasures of the Daoed Immortal sect. But for cultivation techniques and secret techniques, apart from a very small number of them, the rest can be copied onto a jade slip and taken out in any quantity. The three chatted for a while longer. Then the elder brother and the second sister stood up to take their leave. Is there something the matter, elder brother? Lin Yuan keenly noticed that something was off in the elder brother's mood. According to elder brother's past habits, a visit to Lin Yuan would last at least half a day. It's nothing serious. It's just that those barbaric demon beasts in the West have been restless lately. I need to make a trip and kill a few dozen demon kings to deter them, the elder brother said nonchalantly, shaking his head. In the elder brother's mouth, demon kings, which correspond to cultivators in the nascent soul stage, seemed no different from livestock waiting to be slaughtered. Still, be careful. I've heard that there's been a new demon saint presence in the demon saint's nest. The second sister glanced at the elder brother and reminded him. The demon saint's nest, a sacred land for the barbaric demonic beasts, is said to be related to a certain demon saint. And a demon saint corresponds to the level of an ancient saint of refined void. Don't worry, if there really is a demon saint's aura, it'll definitely run, the elder brother replied with a nod. Demon saint's nest. Lin Yuan fell into thought. The Daoed Immortal sect, possessing the rich resources of the central divine continent, seemed glorious from the outside, but the demonic beasts to the west, the ghost cultivators to the south, and the blood demons to the north, all had their eyes on the Daoed Immortal sect. It was just that the Daoed Immortal sect was so powerful that it suppressed any disobedience, and things had been peaceful for years. Ha 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 ha, second sister. I've told you not to talk about these things in front of junior brother. The elder brother laughed heartily as he saw Lin Yuan's expression. Don't worry. The life-saving methods bestowed by the sect master will keep me safe, even if I do encounter a demon saint. The elder brother continued before turning to leave. Junior brother, if you have any problems, you must tell your sister. The second sister impressed upon Lin Yuan before she, too, departed. For a time, cloud mist-blessed land fell silent once more. Several days later, Daoed Immortal sect disciples delivered dozens of jade slips. Inside were recorded dozens of profound immortal path skills. Included at the bottom were 3 jade slips, detailing the strongest 3 body cultivation techniques collected by the Daoed Immortal Sect. Body cultivation. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled. He immediately began to browse through them. Body cultivation is renowned for forging the physical body. The martial path, evolutionary path, also places significant importance on tempering the physical body. The foundation of the martial arts evolution system is rooted in the physical Buddhist qi and blood. Upon this foundation, it nurtures the spirit and evolves the primordial spirit. This realm's body cultivation lineage has the potential to continuously unearth the physical Buddhist potential, purely increasing the strength of the physical body. Once the physical body reaches its limit, there's a certain chance that a physical body divine ability will be born. Lin Yuan pondered thoughtfully. A so-called physical body divine ability is an ability inscribed deep within the flesh and blood of the body. This ability, theoretically, should have no chance of manifesting due to its extreme subtlety, yet body cultivation techniques might indeed reawaken such ability. Of course, it's only a possibility. The emergence of a physical body divine ability, even for the lineage of body cultivation, is considered a legendary feat. Most cultivators who pursue body cultivation to its limits are unable to manifest a physical body divine ability. Physical body divine ability. Lin Yuan's eyes shone with vigor. With the methods of Against Heaven's understanding, he could completely refine and perfect the body cultivation techniques, greatly increasing the chance of giving birth to physical body divine abilities. From that day on, Lin Yuan secluded himself in the cloud-mist-blessed land, quietly recovering his strength while also comprehending the essence of this world's cultivation system. Time silently slipped by. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. Chapter 2, 40 Century Plan. Subscription requested. Cloud Mist Blessed Land. Misty Immortal Qi. Atop the mountain loft, Lin Yuan lay on a recliner, leisurely ingesting the innate purple qi that appeared only in the early morning. Innate purple qi is a kind of nature's spiritual energy that can dispel hidden injuries, nourish the physical body, and greatly assist those following the body cultivation path. Compared to 20 years ago, Lin Yuan looked much healthier, and his body had grown considerably stronger. Young master, here is the misty cloud immortal tea that has been prepared. Chunhua and Shoyue, 2 Golden Core Realm female cultivators, approached respectfully. After placing the misty cloud immortal tea in front of Lin Yuan, the 2 women came to his side and began massaging him with their slender hands. Young master, the practice of body cultivation is too taxing. Do you need to rest? Shoyue whispered. No need. Both of you may leave now. Lin Yuan, without lifting his eyelids, spoke casually. As you wish. Kyu's expression was somewhat disappointed as she respectfully bowed and then left the mountain loft. On the mountain path, Chunhua and Shoyue spoke softly. The young master is so determined to cultivate the body cultivation to the golden core stage. How much pain must he endure? Chunhua said in an astonished tone. The path of body cultivation does not rely on the spirit root. But during cultivation, one needs to endure endless pain. And the consumption of resources is also much higher than other cultivators of the same stage. Being a well-known third-generation disciple of the Taoist Immortal Sect, Lin Yuan certainly wouldn't lack resources. Yet, given his upbringing in luxury, the fact that he could endure the pain of body cultivation was surprising to many. A golden core stage body cultivator, with robust blood and qi, a strong physique, and an unparalleled physical body, many female cultivators outside desire to have a Tao companion proficient in body cultivation. Shoyue couldn't help but say in a low voice, Stop fantasizing. Chunhua glanced at Shoyue. Who is the young master? Even without a spirit root, he's not someone you should be thinking about. Sister Chunhua, I only revere the young master. I definitely don't mean it that way. Shoyue quickly explained. Whatever it means, just be clear about it in your heart. Chunhua shook her head. Though they were sent to serve Jun Wuji with the readiness to offer themselves, that would only be possible if Jun Wuji was willing. As for forcing it, Chunhua and Shoyue certainly wouldn't dare. But the young master has cultivated the body cultivation technique to the golden core stage, which is about as far as it goes. The remaining transformation to nascent soul stage body cultivation hasn't been seen much in Central Divine Continent. Chuyue spoke softly. The path of body cultivation, though unmatched in combat power, is not cost-effective, requiring a tremendous amount of resources and not extending one's life. The most crucial point is that the breakthrough from Golden Core stage to nascent soul stage requires enduring extreme pain, which no cultivator has been able to withstand. You never know. After all, who would have thought the young master would achieve such success in the path of body cultivation? Maybe in the future, the young master will step into the nascent soul stage body cultivation. Chunhua spoke up. A nascent soul stage body cultivator, even within the Dao Immortal sect, is not considered weak, and across the lands of Central Divine Continent, that would make one a free and unpredictable elder. Body cultivation has been cultivated up to the divinity transformation stage, and still no physical body divine ability was born? Back in the mountain loft, after Lin Yuan had finished ingesting the innate purple qi, he shook his head slightly and thought. The body cultivation technique I am practicing is based on the 73 top-notch body cultivation techniques, blended and comprehended. Could it be that the so-called physical body divine ability is really just a legend? Lin Yuan frowned. But even without birthing physical body divine ability, body cultivation has brought me a lot of benefits in terms of combat power. A body cultivator at the divinity transformation stage can almost sweep through others of the same stage. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Over the years, Lin Yuan had intentionally displayed his talents in the path of body cultivation, and more recently, he openly demonstrated the strength of a golden core stage body cultivator. This was to ask his older brothers and sisters, as well as his parents, for more cultivation resources. If Lin Yuan were an ordinary person, a sudden vast need for cultivation resources would likely attract attention from others. But if Lin Yuan was immersed in the path of body cultivation, it's well known that the practice of body cultivation consumes a far greater amount of resources compared to other cultivators of the same stage. Moreover, with his status as a third-generation immortal disciple, for a boundary breakthrough that only needed a single portion of resources, for safety 10 or 100 portions would be required to prevent accidents. And occasionally he'd be sent out to beg for resources. Overall, now, besides reaching the divinity transformation stage in body cultivation, Lin Yuan's status in martial Tao had also restored to the 5th rank peak. He was beginning a transformation to harmonize with the soul, and stepping into the 6th rank, returning to the peak, was just a matter of the near future. Lin Yuan chose to publicly display his body cultivation talent. Aside from securing resources, it was more importantly, to cover up his own martial Tao aura. Martial Tao, unlike the immortal path, both belong to completely different cultivation systems, like the demon Tao in the west, the demonic Tao in the north, and the ghost path in the south. As for the Dao Immortal sect, whether it's martial Tao, demonic Tao, or ghost path, all are considered heretical paths. Once detected, they can be directly suppressed. This is a conflict of the great Tao, not about right or wrong, not about good or bad. Take Jun Wuji for example, unable to cultivate as an immortal due to lacking a spirit root, but he could pursue the ghost path or practice demonic Tao. Either could circumvent the issue of lacking a spirit root. But from beginning to end, whether it was Jun Wuji's maternal grandfather or his parents, they would rather consider using 9 heavens glazed water than ever think about letting Jun Wuji switch to practice the ghost path. The Taoist immortal sect has dominated Central Divine Continent for tens of thousands of years. If it were known that one of their own disciples practiced the path of the ghost or demonic Tao, it's likely that their ancestors would be so infuriated they'd come back to life. Moreover, Jun Wuji himself never considered switching to practice the ways of the ghost or demonic Tao. Disciples of the Taoist immortal sect are proud, always looking down on the paths of ghost, demon, and others, and even without a spirit root, Jun Wuji disdains walking a path other than that of the immortals. Chapter 241 Century Plan. Subscription requested. _2. This is a conflict of the great Tao. Lin Yuan's expression was slightly solemn. In this world, the immortal path reigns supreme, with cultivators as the mainstay. As for other paths like the demon Tao, demonic Tao, and ghost path, they are all scattered. If any dare to rebel, they are directly suppressed. It has been so for hundreds of thousands of years. If Lin Yuan's martial Tao strength were to be discovered, there would only be one possibility. He would be executed. Of course, given Lin Yuan's background, he might survive, but his martial Tao cultivation would be crippled. He would be kept like livestock until his death. Want to make martial Tao coexist with the immortal path? It's possible, but it's not something that can be achieved through words alone, or by relying on the charity of relationships. It requires absolute strength. If one day martial Tao can barely resist the immortal path, and at the very least, under the suppression of the Tao immortal sect, it doesn't lose its lineage, then it might survive like the demon Tao, ghost path, or demonic Tao, hanging on by a thread. If it can contend with the Tao immortal sect and not be at a disadvantage, then it will be possible to share the resource-rich central divine continent with them. But the latter is difficult. For hundreds of thousands of years, demon Tao, demonic Tao, and ghost path have joined forces more than once. Yet they have all been crushed by the Tao immortal sect with absolute power. I want to spread the martial path, evolutionary path. I will inevitably have to face the Tao immortal sect. Lin Yuan thought to himself. For the martial path, evolutionary path to gain a foothold in this world, the Tao immortal sect is an insurmountable obstacle. The sect master of the Tao immortal sect is an ancient saint of refined void, wielding the founding artifact of the sect, capable of exhibiting 6th rank peak, even half-step 7th rank combat power. Such terrifying strength is also quite pressuring for Lin Yuan. Take it slow. There are still 480 years of residency time. As long as I can cultivate to the 6th rank peak, I will be able to contend with the strongest combat power of the Tao immortal sect. Lin Yuan thought to himself. As for breaking through to the 7th rank, Lin Yuan wasn't confident. 500 years was not a simple feat to develop the martial path, evolutionary path to the 7th layer. It wasn't just about cultivating to the 7th rank, but about developing the evolution pathway to the 7th rank. The difference in difficulty between the two, no one knows how many times greater it is. Even for Lin Yuan with his against heaven's understanding, there wasn't much certainty. In the main world, didn't those 7th rank evolution pathways take thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even 100,000 years to create? And the founders who created the pathways for 7th rank evolvers were mostly 8th layer evolvers, 9th rank evolvers. From their lofty positions, the difficulty would drop dramatically. Forget about the Tao immortal sect for now. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts. He wanted to spread martial Tao in this world to prepare for the ultimate leap in the future. He must first lay the groundwork for the propagation of the martial path, evolutionary path. The rise and prosperity of a cultivation system can't possibly appear overnight. If Lin Yuan waits until his strength reaches 6th rank peak, it will probably be several hundred years later. By then, even if he could contend with the strongest combat power of the Tao immortal sect, what could he use in the remaining 100 or 200 years to spread martial Tao? 100 to 200 years might not even produce a 3rd or 4th rank martial Tao cultivator. Once Lin Yuan leaves, faced with the Tao immortal sect's counterattack, martial Tao would likely not even have the qualifications to resist, easily crushed. Therefore, if you want to spread martial Tao, you must plan in advance and develop it over 400 or 500 years. In this way, even without Lin Yuan, martial Tao could still survive. As for how long it could last, it would be beyond Lin Yuan's influence. Lin Yuan could only do everything possible within the 500 years of residency in this world. The world consciousness of these heavens and earth. Lin Yuan felt it carefully for a while. The suppression of other cultivation systems isn't very severe. Lin Yuan deduced in his heart. The consciousnesses of different worlds can vary as well. The world consciousness of the 4th world Lin Yuan had traveled to was extremely stingy, intolerant of other cultivation systems. The world consciousness of this immortal Tao world, however, was tolerable, or else demon Tao, ghost path, and demonic Tao wouldn't have coexisted. After 20 years of lying low, now it's time to start making moves and laying out the board. Lin Yuan's gaze was calm. Plotting also depends on strength. If Lin Yuan had only recovered to the 2nd layer or 3rd rank strength, roughly the same as the foundation establishment stage or golden core stage in this world, how could he plot anything when facing a group of nascent soul and divinity transformation period powerhouses? Protecting his own life would be enough. But now Lin Yuan was at the 5th stage peak. Comparable to the peak of divinity transformation, with his numerous means, he might even manage to contend with an ancient saint of refined void. Naturally, he was qualified to plot. To spread the martial path, evolutionary path, I must first establish a force, one purely comprising martial Tao cultivators. And to establish a force, I must first have a territory. Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly. A map appeared before his eyes. In the center of the map was the central divine continent, the domain of the Dao Immortal sect. To the north were blood-red and black territories, domains of the blood demon, and also the sacred ground for devil cultivators. To the west were the regions of the barbaric demon beasts, where, it was said, the demon saints' nest protected by them could nurture demon saints comparable to ancient saints of refinement void. And to the south, where ghostly chi pervaded, belonged to the ghost cultivators of the netherworld. Rumor had it that they hailed from the mysterious ghost palace of Netherworld, which connected to the netherworld underworld. Lin Yuan's gaze moved continuously over the map. Whether it was the central divine continent or the northern, western, and southern regions, all had already been occupied by forces, and it would be very difficult for martial Tao to expand in these 3 places. The east? Lin Yuan looked toward the eastern region of the map. There, poised on the edge of the East Sea, was the area of various left paths. Simply put, it was a no-man's land, teeming with cultivators of ambiguous identities. Many cultivators who had offended the Dao Immortal sect had fled to the Eastern Sea Islands, and as long as they did not court death, they could live freely. Starting from the East Sea is possible, Lin Yuan thought to himself. At the very least, the Eastern Sea Islands had a complicated mix of forces. Martial Tao blending in wouldn't be too conspicuous. You go to the East Sea, spread martial Tao, and establish a force. Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly, and a phantom figure emerged from within his body. This phantom figure, upon touching the outside world, rapidly solidified, radiating the power of Taiyang, with bright eyes, and stood there quietly. It was Lin Yuan's radiant Yang spirit, also known as the Taiyang divine spirit. At the 5th stage of martial Tao, a corresponding martial Tao primordial spirit could be born. The martial Tao primordial spirit was essentially an avatar, sharing one consciousness with the original self. And its strength wouldn't be much weaker than that of the original self. At present, Lin Yuan's Yang spirit, when unleashing its full power, should have no equal below an ancient saint of refinement void. Whoosh! The Yang spirit's form disappeared. Following Lin Yuan's orders, it headed for the distant East Sea. In fact, since Lin Yuan and the Yang spirit shared consciousness, Lin Yuan could see what the Yang spirit saw. Talking to the Yang spirit was much like talking to oneself. Lin Yuanyang's spirit turned from solid to ethereal, easily passing through the many restrictions of cloud mist blessed land and reaching the outside world. Looks like it's going to be a while before I can return, Lin Yuan muttered, turning to fly toward the east. At the pavilion atop Yunwu Mountain, Lin Yuan was still seated cross-legged. Sending out the Yang spirit was already part of Lin Yuan's plan. In time, Lin Yuan would also continue to dispatch the Yin god. The 2 great martial Tao primordial spirits would be like Lin Yuan's 2 significant avatars. One body divided into 3, sharing one consciousness. Furthermore, when the primordial spirit is abroad, there's another advantage. Even if Lin Yuan's original self perished, it would not be the end. From Taiyin comes Taiyang, from Taiyang comes Taiyin, from Yin and Yang comes Taiji, from Taiji comes all things. As long as the Yin spirit and Yang spirit exist, a new physical body can be reborn. Similarly, even if the Yin spirit and Yang spirit are destroyed outside, as long as the physical body remains, it can condense anew the Yin spirit and Yang spirit. The original self, the Yin god and the Yang god. As long as one is alive, Lin Yuan cannot die. Therefore, Lin Yuan dispatched his Yang god and Yin god also to augment his own survival capabilities. Half a month later, almost back to the power of the 6th rank, Lin Yuan sensed for a while and thought, body cultivation. Lin Yuan's face showed contemplation. For the lineage of body cultivation, breaking through to the virtual refinement realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. it was almost impossible to achieve. In the tens of thousands of years of Central Divine Continent's history, not a single body cultivator had emerged at the level of refined void. As Lin Yuan pondered over the virtual refinement realm of the lineage of body cultivation and tried to deduce it using against heaven's understanding, his expression suddenly changed slightly. He looked up toward the outside of cloud mist blessed land. Chapter 242 with Suns in the Sky. Revenge will not wait overnight. Please subscribe. With Lin Yuan's current strength, he could easily sense every little detail for hundreds or even thousands of miles away. This was merely perception, but if he were to recklessly expand his Taiji domain, tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of miles would be within his control. Why have they come? Lin Yuan stroked his chin. At this moment, about 200 miles away from cloud mist blessed land, two escape lights appeared. They were Lin Yuan's elder brother and second sister. Over the years, his brother and sister would visit Lin Yuan every 6 months. Now, it was not even 2 months since their last visit. It must be that something has happened in the immortal sect, Lin Yuan guessed in his heart. Before long, the two escape lights arrived outside the cloud mist blessed land. Lin Yuan also promptly showed a hint of surprise and quickly opened the restrictive formation of the blessed land to welcome his brother and sister in. Lin Yuan's elder brother was named Jun Xiaoyao, with the Taoist name Xiaoyao Zi. The second sister was Jun Jilan, with the Taoist name Jilan Fairy. However, other cultivators preferred to call Jun Jilan Shenshao Fairy. Little brother, the sect master has broken through to the hollow void realm, and the immortal sect is holding a celebration. We are here to take you there, explained the elder brother, Jun Xiaoyao, immediately. Hollow void realm? Lin Yuan instantly understood. The Immortal Path's void refinement realm is divided into 3 stages. Entering void realm, hollow void realm, refined void realm. The advance of the Taoist immortal sect master into the hollow void realm meant that his strength was considered powerful even among ancient saints, as most ancient saints of the past had their cultivation end at the entering void realm. Hee little brother, even grandpa mentioned you specifically. There's no need to make this celebration widely known. It will be just some people from our immortal sect participating. Jun Jilan, unlike Jun Xiaoyao, who was more formal, didn't refer to her grandpa as the sect master when with family. Okay. Lin Yuan nodded. But elder brother and second sister, I'll first go to the treasury to select a gift for grandpa. Lin Yuan explained. Even for close relatives, it wouldn't do to come empty-handed. That's fine. The elder brother and sister agreed, nodding their heads. They watched as Lin Yuan left. The brother and sister waited in place. Little brother has changed a lot over the years, the second sister, Jun Jilan, said with a touch of emotion. The path of body cultivation requires enduring tremendous pain for advancement. How could little brother remain the same after cultivating to the body cultivation golden core stage? Jun Xiaoyao, the elder brother, thought it was only to be expected. Even he would feel scalp-numbing pain facing the breakthrough to the golden core stage of body cultivation. That Jun Wuji could have achieved what he has now. His mental state was already beyond other golden core stage cultivators. As for the huge changes in Jun Wuji, Jun Xiaoyao felt no surprise. 20 years ago, after Jun Wuji was struck with defeat, he moved out from Mount Morality Immortal and came to Cloud Mist Blessed Land. Shamed and then becoming braver, he embarked on the difficult path of body cultivation, and achieving some success was no strange matter. The treasury of Cloud Mist Blessed Land. Lin Yuan walked in. He casually selected a treasure. To the leader of the Dowd Immortal Sect, it didn't matter what gift Lin Yuan brought. The sentiment was what truly counted. Condense. Lin Yuan stood still. He retracted all traces related to martial Tao and tucked them deep within his body. Heading to the Dowd Immortal Sect to meet the sect master who had entered the hollow void realm, Lin Yuan naturally had to make thorough preparations. This should be about right. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Now, with all his aura retracted and even his physical strength temporarily downgraded to that of a body cultivation golden core stage, not even a sect master at the hollow void realm, let alone a refined void cultivator at the refined void period, could detect the slightest anomaly. The reason Lin Yuan could so proficiently retract his aura was firstly that he was also a 6th rank powerhouse, which was equivalent to the refined void period, and secondly, he had come from a main world, having seen many evolution paths, making this task of concealing his strength seem like a dimension-reducing strike when compared to creatures of this world. It's better to leave the Yin spirit behind, Lin Yuan considered for a while, his thoughts stirring slightly as a faint phantom separated from his body, then disappeared within the treasury. Although the presence of the Yin spirit was almost non-existent, keeping it with him could still pose a risk. Moreover, leaving the Yin spirit in Cloud Mist Blessed Land was also a contingency plan prepared by Lin Yuan. In case of any real emergencies, having both the Yin spirit and Yang spirit out, Lin Yuan would have more tactics at his disposal and wouldn't truly die. After all the preparations were made, Lin Yuan, carrying the gift, came to where his brother and sister were. "Let's go." The second sister, Jun Jilan, reached out her right hand. A treasure of a colorful handkerchief with cloud patterns unfolded in the air, turning into a several hundred zhong auspicious cloud. The elder brother and sister had come flying using escape light because it was the fastest method. But naturally, they couldn't return using escape light, especially with Lin Yuan beside them. While a cultivator in the body cultivation golden core stage indeed had the means to fly, they could not match the speed of the elder brother and sister, both seasoned nascent soul stage cultivators. Therefore, the second sister activated the treasure to transport the three of them towards the Dowd Immortal Sect. "Come aboard." Jun Xiaoyao stepped onto the auspicious cloud treasure, and Lin Yuan followed suit. After half a day, the Dowd Immortal Sect appeared within Lin Yuan's sight. There, above the sea of clouds, stood immortal mountains so tall they seemed to prop up the heavens, majestic and grand. Mount Morality Immortal. Lin Yuan gazed at the distant immortal mountain. The Dowd Immortal Sect was established atop Mount Morality Immortal, which was the place where the largest spirit veins of the central divine continent converged. It was also a sacred land that all cultivators yearned for. The central divine continent had 72 blessed lands and 108 auspicious sites for cultivation, all abundant with spiritual energy and incredible cultivation benefits. But compared to Mount Morality Immortal, even if all 72 blessed lands and 108 auspicious sites were combined, you're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.